Hello, travelers, and welcome to Connectivity 2026 Mind Over Monsters, my 5th annual, I believe it's 5th annual. Hopefully I counted that all correctly. 5th annual Mental Health Awareness Month event benefiting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. Welcome in, everyone! How are you all doing? Welcome in, welcome. Make sure I can see both of my chats here. I have them both on different monitors. I don't know why. Let me make sure that they're all together so I can see. Yay! Woohoo! How am I? I'm good! How are you all? For those who don't know, I'm technically currently on, I called it partial hiatus because I was still, posting, updates and things like that. I think I have, a member stream I want to do. I'm not entirely, cutting out streaming, just, as a can-do-it basis, if that makes sense. Which is a little tough with all the studying and all the idle side job stuff that I have to do in these next couple of weeks or so. But, gosh! Wow, I know it's only been, a week, right? It's only been, a week since I last streamed, I believe, but, gosh, I already miss it. But, I'm doing what I can to take care of myself, my health. So I decided to go on a hiatus. So thank you all so much for your patience. This was supposed to happen last week during the actual Mental Health Awareness Month. We are now in Pride Month. Woohoo! Happy Pride! But yeah, so this is something I usually do in May, but of course, we had to move it. So here we are a week later, but I still think it's still important to, talk about mental health. And, you could always practice having a good toolkit for improving your mental health year-round. So here we are today with Connectivity 2026 Mind Over Monsters. I'm also excited for the event. I'm glad you all are too. Of course, with me being on a hiatus, I'm sure there's a lot more fun little stuff and little intricate little challenges I wanted to add to this idea for today. But you know me, I love JRPGs, so I wanted to do something JRPG themed, but I also wanted to add a little fitness element to it as a fun little incentive for the donations, which I'll talk about more in just a bit. But yeah, how are you all? Oh my gosh, I am doing well. I've been resting a lot. Well, in addition to studying and such, but resting a lot more. I've been playing a lot of Tomodachi Life, been playing a lot of Pokopia. And just resting in general. Oh my gosh. It's so nice. Oh my gosh. You're excited for the new lore. Oh my gosh. One thing I was kind of sad I didn't get to include was, so for those who don't know, the artwork for, I guess JRPG Me was done by Taku. And Taku also drew a little mascot character as well for the JRPG version of myself, as you can see. I drew the XB3 sprite that you see at the bottom left corner. So Taku did the design for that, yes. But Taku also designed a little mascot character. I'm pretty sure my little sister ended up taking that name though for the mascot character to use as her on-screen nickname that, for her covering her identity. So yeah, I think we called that mascot character Finn, but now my little sister goes by that name, so maybe she'll have to become my mascot. Oh my gosh, can't wait for the Tomodachi Life updates. Next on the list to make is Xiao. I think my little sister requested that I make Xiao next, so I gotta do that. Oh my gosh, you're probably wondering, why didn't I make Xiao already? I've been making friends and stuff, so that's why. Oh, the mascot name was Seraphi. Yes, maybe at some point I'll show you all Seraphi again. But my gosh, thank you so much for the membership anniversary. Good luck, Rita. Thank you. Yeah, we have a lot to do today, but also we have a lot of time that we'll get to just hang out and chat and stuff. So how about I get this party started? We can get things moving along, and then, we'll have plenty of time throughout today to hang out and chill out, of course. But I guess I should do some housekeeping and give you all a little agenda for what we're doing here today, so you know what's to come. Does that sound good? Let's do it. I'm gonna drink some water. I have my water here, of course, with a straw. I will be taking frequent breaks. I will also be taking like a bigger break, like 30-ish minutes, for lunch before our guest speaker. But yes, for those who are new here, welcome in. I'll be your party leader today for this very exciting adventure. My name is Rita Kamishiro, and I'm a VTuber and variety streamer here on YouTube and on Twitch. But YouTube is my main platform. That's where I post my videos and music and such. For those who don't know, I'm also an ambassador for NAMI, as I mentioned before, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, not the character from One Piece. I actually haven't watched much One Piece. Maybe I need to do that. But my goal here, creating content and doing what I do online, is to nurture an environment of open-mindedness and positivity while I make stuff that I'm really passionate about, whether it's music, video games, anime, etc., etc. But yeah, I found that being, honest and open about my experiences helps, motivate other people, inspire other folks to grow and change, not only for themselves and their own self-improvement, but for the improvement of the community around them. So yeah, just doing what I can do just as a regular girl on the internet to spread kindness that I've been shown in my life. So yeah, if you don't know about Mental Health Awareness Month or NAMI, Mental Health Awareness Month is basically a celebration, or not a celebration, but it's a time for us to focus on addressing the various challenges that are faced by millions of folks living with mental health conditions. And throughout the month, individuals like myself, or maybe you don't even have to be a content creator, maybe you're just a member of the community wanting to fundraise or spread awareness. You could be an organization fundraising as well, or spreading awareness, or even communities. Whole entire communities dedicate themselves to getting rid of stigma surrounding mental health, extending support for mental health, fostering public education, and even advocating for policies that prioritize the well-being of individuals and families and their loved ones who are affected by mental illness. Now, if you're not familiar with the charity with whom we are benefiting today, NAMI, again, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, this is the U.S.'s largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. And NAMI works to educate, support, advocate, listen, and lead to improve the lives of people with mental illness and their loved ones. And I actually became an ambassador for NAMI, a few years ago now. Was it 2022, I believe? But yeah, I decided to become an ambassador for NAMI just to give back the kindness that I was shown from my friends and my community in some of the darker times of my life, the more difficult times of my life. And it was actually NAMI programming that I had encountered that really pushed me to improve myself, and also help the community around me as well. So yeah, huge shout out to NAMI for all of their hard work. And also huge shout out to Mane-chan and the staff and management of Lucid Multimedia for being super supportive, not just of my hiatus and all that jazz, but also this event as well. Mane-chan helped me with a lot of behind the scenes stuff as well as of course the one and only the GOAT Shiny Hunter Zach. Huge shout out to our channel mod as well for all of the support always for this channel, and for you all for being here and listening and being open-minded, and for those who will share their experiences or who have shared some of their experiences already. Very much appreciate you all being here. Of course, to the donors as well. And yeah. Sorry, I went a little off script there. I have like a bullet point outline so I don't forget to do things. I totally went way off script. I think I might have jumped ahead a little bit. So let me talk a little bit about the event. I'm sure I'll find myself expressing my gratitude multiple times throughout today. So let's get back on track, shall we? But with our event today, Connectivity 2026 Mind Over Monsters. I hope you can walk away with the knowledge that you might need to improve your mental health toolkit. You'll also be hearing about my experiences. I'm sure I'll share multiple stories. And maybe other folks' experience on their mental health journey. So, we can all remember that we're not alone. Like I said, the reason why I became an advocate for mental health, and really the reason why I named this whole fundraising series Connectivity. It's not just because I wanted the cool VT at the end, like a VTuber, but really it's because, again, through some of the most difficult moments in my life, it was the support of my friends, my family, my community that really kept me going and encouraged me to learn more about my mental health. And yeah, I hope today that I can, give back that kindness and support. And of course, like I said, we're going to be doing things with a fun JRPG adventure theme because I myself am a JRPG enjoyer. And honestly, life itself is a big adventure. So, like a JRPG character, we can all learn how to level up our lives and put our mind over our monsters. Whoa, that's crazy. Title drop. It's like in you're watching a video game and they drop the title. It's like, oh my gosh, Xenoblade! It's the Xenoblade! But I was like, I gotta find a way to drop it in as many times as possible. But so cool, Mind Over Monsters. I remember brainstorming that. I was in a coffee shop. I was sitting in a coffee shop studying for one of my exams. I was waiting for my public transit to arrive. And I was like, I need a good catchy title. And I was like, da-da-da. I don't even remember what else I brainstormed, but I was like, wait, Mind Over Matter? Mind Over Monsters? Whoa, this is so crazy. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the donations, incentives, etc., etc. I'm sure some of you all are waiting for me to start my journey walking, so I'll do that once I explain everything. But yeah, throughout this event, as you can see at the very top, you'll see this overlay, and it keeps track of our fundraising progress. So if you want to support the cause by donating towards our $1,000 goal, you can visit the donation page. I believe it's in the description. It should also be in the pinned message. Thank you once again to the one and only Shiny Hunter Zach for pinning that message. And a huge shout out to the folks who've already donated as well. All donations, small and or medium, large, whatever you feel fit, are greatly appreciated. And of course, there are many ways to support the cause outside of donating, so, please feel free to share something you've learned today, support a loved one, reach out to someone, share your story, or vote for mental health. And of course, our adventure has to have some fun milestones, so your donations will also affect the length of our journey here today. And throughout the stream, I'll be walking. I have a walking pad underneath my feet here. Huge shout out to the Archangels who gifted this to me on Throne. And along our hero's path today, every $250 milestone reached will add an additional 2 miles to that journey. So we started off with 2 miles, but we reached our first milestone of $250, and now we're going to be walking a total of 4 miles, and I'm going to go up to 10 miles today. Originally, I had the fun little idea to add a couple of fitness challenges, but considering that I am on a hiatus at the moment due to making sure that I don't overwork myself, I decided maybe I shouldn't do that. I see we gotta learn how to make adjustments and changes for our own health. So I've opted not to do those today, but hopefully this is a good enough incentive for you all. Thank you so much. Woohoo, dude! Thank you so much for the $100 donation. We're one step closer to a 6-mile journey. I guess I should get this, get started. Oh my gosh, look at me, yapping away, not getting started in my journey. This is what happens when you're on a journey with me. You get distracted. Oh, I have to wake up the device. Oh my gosh. In sleep mode. Did you hear it beep? You're gonna hear it beep in a second now too. This is so fun. I've never had a personal walking pad. I've always had to whatchamacallit. I've always had to go to a whatchamacallit, a gym or what have you. Okay, let's turn the beeping off. I'm sure that's gonna get a little hectic if we keep that going. I'm gonna start with 2 miles per hour. I feel like that's a nice brisk walk. And then, of course, we can make changes to that. I have to manually update the distance on screen. So I'll update every, like, half mile or whenever I remember. Is it loud? Can you hear it? I actually never tried it before. So you all let me know if it gets too loud. I'm sure I can adjust my settings. And Conrad, thank you so much for the $10 donation. We're getting much closer to our next milestone. So, where was I? We talked about the milestones. But yeah, I was trying to decide what sort of like incentive I wanted to do for this event. And I've done all sorts of incentives before for my previous charity events. But I was like, you know what I've never done before? I've never done fitness. Also, thank you so much, Artem, for the water check. I'm going to do that right now, actually. But I know a lot of like charity fundraisers have a fitness element to it. And I was like, wait, I want to try that. I've never done that before. So I decided on a fitness element because I thought it'd be fun. But also, it's been a very vital tool in my mental health journey. Because not only is staying active one of my tools to help manage my wombo combo of impulsivity and hyperactivity that comes with ADHD, and I'm sure I can talk more about that later. But it also helps, I don't know, it helps clear my head. It's a nice way to kind of lift my spirits, lift my mood, and it keeps my body healthy, of course. And I hope that throughout this event, we can encourage you all to find ways to be active in your own way. And, of course, help crush any mental monsters that might keep you from doing so. So, yeah, woohoo! I'm actually already walking right now. This is crazy. I don't know. Again, I hope it's not too loud. You can't hear anything? Okay, perfect. Fantastic. All right, so before we jump into our adventure today, here's a quick rundown of the day. Oh my gosh, did I just rhyme or did I just say the word day twice? Anyway, so we're currently in our opening ceremony section. I'm kind of explaining things to you all. But up next, we're going to be heading over to the Campfire Rest Stop. Rest Stop. I think either one is good. But yeah, up next, we're going to be having some Campfire Conversations where I'll sit down and I'll talk a little bit about my recent experiences, more specifically, I guess, this past year with mental health, and share some helpful tips or kind words, or, you know, maybe if you also have experienced something similar, maybe you'll, I don't know, come to find that you are also not alone in your journey, in your experience. And remember, please keep in mind that I am, in fact, not a licensed mental health professional, so please take my words with a grain of salt. I'm just a girl on the internet here to spread some kindness. Also, of course, I'm going to be working out. This is like my, this is a pace where I can like talk and walk, but of course you're going to be able to tell that my talking will be a little bit labored as I walk. But after that, I think we'll probably do that for about an hour or so. We're gonna go to the quest board where I'll be taking some time to read through some stories and experiences that our community of adventurers and travelers have kindly shared through our pre-event form. And once again, our goal is to show others that we're not alone when it comes to the monsters that we deal with. And of course, we want to share some kindness with others who are on their quests. And these travelers have also kindly shared some of their tips and tricks, their tools of the trade for handling these monsters out on their adventures. So after that, we're going to be taking a quick little break, probably about 30-ish or so minutes. I'm going to grab some food, maybe refill my water bottle. But to be honest, I'll probably refill my water bottle multiple times before then. We'll see. I feel like it's a pretty decent-sized water bottle. But yeah, we'll take a short break and grab food, etc., etc. I'll have my BRB screen up. I've got to get set up with my guest speaker, which would be the next thing. We have a wonderful guest speaker today who's been on this channel before. Mr. Aejis is a state licensed health teacher. Sorry, walking and talking sometimes I have to like look at my document, my bullet points, so I don't get, you know, distracted. He's a state licensed health teacher who focuses on health, physical, mental, emotional, and social wellness. And yeah, he decided to begin VTubing on Twitch and YouTube as a means to bring health education to a broader audience. And once again, I'm really excited to have him on the channel again. I really appreciate the work that he does. So yeah, I hope you're excited, and thank you to those who submitted questions for our guest speaker today. I hope you all enjoy the knowledge that you will gain today. And then after that, since I won't know how long the stream will be, because I don't know if I'm going to be walking 4 miles or 6 miles, 8 miles or 10 miles. I don't know. So after that, I just put on my little agenda, hang out, chat, or play games until we reach the distance goal. So, woohoo! Yeah! So, again, like I said, you will be deciding how long this stream will be. Hopefully not too long. I do have some homework to finish, but what's a few hours of stream, right? So, yeah! How does that sound, everybody? And thank you so much, Umber Hope, for celebrating your membership anniversary. Yes, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. For those who don't know, maybe you jumped in here recently. I originally had this event in May, the 31st, but we had to push it by a week. Due to my health reasons, of course, wanted to take care of myself. So thank you all for your patience and understanding. And oh my goodness! Lover Noodles, thank you so much for the $50 donation. We have now hit our next milestone, which is 500. I'm going to go ahead and update the... Oh, I haven't tried typing and walking, so this is going to be interesting. Wasn't too bad. Yeah! Oh my gosh, we're doing... What, this is like a 10K now? I actually haven't done a 10K before. I want to. I've done a 5K a few times now, but I haven't gotten the chance to do a 10K yet. Maybe we'll do that today, technically. Well, ideally, I would want to jog a 10K, but I think this is good. Yeah, you could do a 10K, whatever you do. You can do a 10K dancing. Nice. But yeah, before we get started today, a couple of disclaimers. Today's stream might discuss some important but difficult topics, so if you find yourself triggered by any specific topics, please take the time you need to step away or seek professional support. And if you are in a crisis, please know that you are not alone, and there is help that is definitely more beneficial than maybe having a chat message get lost in chat. It moves so fast, you know what I mean? So if you are in a crisis, whether or not you are thinking about suicide, please call the National Suicide Prevention Line or text NAMI at 741-741. And there's more information down in the description as well. Resources that can help you in your time of need. And this is available 24/7 for those living in the US, the phone lines that I had just mentioned. And I hope this information leads to comfort and help for those who need it. And please also keep in mind that today, folks, both our guest speaker and audience members, and also myself, may be sharing some personal stories and experiences, so I would like to ask that we all maintain a level of respect, courtesy, and open-mindedness for everyone's time here today. And of course, Shiny will be out there doing his best, making sure we keep the chat nice and safe and happy and healthy. So, no hard feelings there, just friendly reminders to, respect stream rules and things like that. So, with that out of the way, shall we go to the rests? I keep wanting to say, I keep hesitating after the word rest, because my brain is like, am I saying the word spot or am I saying the word stop? But either one works. So I should just choose one. I should just choose whatever comes up in my head. Rest, stop. Yeah, I think I like that one. I don't even know what I put in the next one. How embarrassing would it be if it was rest, spot? Let's take a look, shall we? Woohoo! Oh my gosh, it's just like Xenoblade. I know. I did put rest spot. That's so funny. Rest spot. I don't know why that's more difficult for me to say. Rest spot. Spot. Oh my gosh, and Violis, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Simon, thank you so much for the $30 donation. And real close to the next goal, bumping us up to 8 miles. Thank you very much for your donation. And once again, welcome to the rest spot. Like I mentioned before, we're going to spend this first maybe like 30 minutes, hour. We'll see. We're going to play it by ear. I'm going to be talking about my mental health journey this past year, some of my experiences, just to shed some light on the topic of mental health, and maybe someone out there who is experiencing something similar will find that they are not alone and, maybe feel empowered to continue on or start their mental health journey. But gosh, let's see, 2025 and 2026. I did jot down some ideas of what to talk about. But of course, we can speak. I'm going to mostly be speaking extemporaneously, except for the few things that I've jotted down here. So, of course, I'm going to be looking at the chat. I'm going to slow down here vocally. I think this is a good pace in general. But yeah, let's start getting a little bit comfortable with the silence, because now I have to start reading chat some more. Let's hear. Marcurio says, I leave the stream to make a dodo, come back, and the first thing I hear is, it's just like Xenoblade. Well, I mean, you jumped into my stream, so it's to be expected. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so 2025, 2026, I think the two major things, the two major themes maybe of my mental health is, gosh, I went back to school and, well, really to follow my dreams. And I had to juggle school, work, and content creation. So of course, that was a huge part to my mental health journey this past year. Oh my gosh, also this past year, I was finally diagnosed with ADHD after many years of being like, I should probably get a diagnosis on this. But yeah, I started going to therapy for that and started taking medication for that as well. And it's been super, super duper empowering, super duper helpful. But of course, this sort of change comes with a lot of, challenges as well. So happy to talk about that. Or if you have any questions or curiosities or want to know how I went about that journey, I'm sure once again I can speak on that extemporaneously. But I'll go ahead and start with that first one, going back to school. Oh my gosh. Now, of course, that comes with a lot of problems, time management, stress, burnout. But the first thing I wanted to talk about that specifically was actually something that I had been struggling with. And then I was given a fun little framework to help deal with it. And it's been super duper helpful. And I think it's something that can really apply to multiple things. And I think it kind of fits with the theme, too, of JRPGs and fighting monsters. So yeah, hopefully this sort of framework or list of questions or exercise, what have you, it can help you identify the monsters that have come up in your adventures and how you can combat them. So I guess the list of questions or the sort of framework you kind of go through are as follows. So the first thing you want to do is ask yourself, what monster am I even battling? And of course, you all will get to hear these questions again as I apply them to my story, but just to kind of signpost things for you, you got to start with understanding what monster you're fighting. You got to know if you're fighting, a witch or a dragon or an orc. It's there's different strategies, so you got to know what you're battling. Next, to understand how do you react to that monster? How do you fight that monster right now? Obviously, maybe it's not working, but how are you fighting that monster right now? How does that reaction to that monster affect you? And again, if you're wondering how do I answer this question? Hopefully, my example in just a second will help clarify that. Next question is how does fighting the monster like this? How does this reaction make the issue continue? How does reacting like this make the issue persist? And then of course, after you figure that out, what's going to be your new way of fighting that monster, right? If you keep trying to fight a monster and it's not working, you can't be using the same spells and whatnot. Otherwise, you're not gonna defeat the monster. And then of course, it's helpful to understand why did I react the way that I did. Right, showing some grace to yourself, understanding that, we are all a product of our past and our experiences, and understanding what may have caused you to react like that. And then, of course, what daily practice can you do to change that reaction, if that makes sense? So that was a framework that was given to me, and it's been really helpful from my experience. So, water check, and then I'll talk about my experience going back to school, being in school again. Gosh, and how I've been able to apply that battle framework with my monsters. We hit the first half mile! Wahoo! This is great! Good progress! Wow. And Keen, thank you so much for the $5 donation! Thank you very much. Ooh, getting much closer to our 3rd milestone. I know, I feel like I'm making good distance. I'm going off of what my phone is telling me. Yeah. Yeah, in other words, what's my strategy? Strategy for fighting monsters. Yeah. My monster looks exactly like me. Exactly, I feel you. The biggest monster in my adventure is the one that looks just like me. Sorry, quick tangent. For those who are new here, this is very frequent in my stream tangents. So I've been rewatching Naruto Shippuden. I don't want to spoil too much. But the beginning of Shippuden, there's like a scene where they're trying to, how do I say this without spoiling too much? There's a scene where like Team Kakashi, but there's also Team Guy is there as well. They're trying to like infiltrate somewhere. And in order to infiltrate, they have to like remove the seal on the barrier. Does that make sense? And the barrier is sealed by like 4 or 5 different like paper seals scattered throughout. So Team Guy goes and like rips the seals off, right? But as soon as they rip the seals off, copies of themselves show up and they start having to fight them. And I was like, whoa. Fighting your biggest monster is yourself. Your biggest critic is yourself. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, back to my monster and how I'm battling it. So, of course, with going back to school, I gotta start doing assignments and quizzes and exams and things like that. And if anyone out here relates to this, hopefully this offers some condolence, comfort, maybe, to know that you're not alone. But for me, I feel like one of the biggest things that I'd been battling this past year and going back to school is this critical part of me. Again, it's just like in Naruto, when you're fighting the copy of yourself, it's this critical part of me that feels like I'm bad at something if I make a mistake or don't do something well. Or that I'm lazy if I don't get everything that I want to get done. And maybe there's some folks out there who are like, that's crazy, you know? Because the logical part of me is like, yeah, of course. Like, because I make a mistake, I'm not good at something. Like, we're only human, you know what I mean? But there's just some weird, wonky, like, part of myself that's like, oh my gosh, you messed up your, like, this one thing on your jury performance. Oh, you can't sing. Oh my gosh, you're a terrible singer. You know what I mean? Rather than being like, okay, we're only human. Sometimes we wake up and our voice doesn't work that day, or like, oh, I didn't warm up enough, whatever, what have you. So that was one of the biggest things that I felt like I was battling this past year. That very critical part of myself. So how did I react to that? How did that reaction affect me? And I feel like I mostly reacted to that internally, if that makes sense. I feel like I often reacted to that with like harsh thinking. I kind of modeled it earlier. Maybe I'd like make a mistake in like a performance or whatever. And I'm like, oh gosh, like I never made that mistake before. Or like, why did I make that mistake? I should have practiced more, yada, yada, yada. And oftentimes for me, I would think that like as it was happening, you know what I mean? Like immediately after the fact, and probably after the fact too, but like much later. But gosh, having those thoughts really started to make me lose focus, and then losing focus makes me have more mistakes, and then it just circles on and on and on, and then it gets worse. So let me pause because I need to also make sure I read the chat as well. I do that too, making a mountain of a molehill. Oh my gosh, real. Overthinking twin, anyone else out there? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I totally get you. It's hard to be kind to yourself. Real, when they say that you are your own worst critic, whoever came up with that really cooked with that one. Ain't no such thing as a perfect performance. Exactly! And that's the crazy part, is like, you know that logically, but there's some part of you that's like, wait, actually, oh my gosh. When it comes to negative self-talk, you refer to it in your lesson on that topic as an enemy board. Real! Thank you for keeping to the theme. I appreciate that. It's constantly debuffing you, literally, don't let that, why are you letting this party member debuff you? They should be supporting you. They should be giving you buffs. But anyway, so how, I talked about the monster that I was battling, this critical part of myself. Talked about how I reacted to that monster initially, right? With this harsh negative self-talk. And how does this reaction make it continue? I kind of talked about it before, how I would get into this spiral of like, oh gosh, I made this mistake, and then that thinking makes me make more mistakes, and then that makes me, negative self-talk more. But on a bigger scale, I felt like, if I'm so negative with myself, if I'm so scared, then I keep myself from trying more challenging things, maybe because, I can't do it. Or, I'm not good at this, so why should I try something harder? Why should I challenge myself? So this sort of like negative thinking was gonna keep me from trying more challenging things that can help me even get better, right? So obviously something's gonna change. Something has to change, right? That's the hard part, is like doing the work to change it, right? And I'm gonna go on a tangent. Whoop! Tangent point here. It's hard work. And when you're so used to like thinking a certain way, we're so used to practicing a script a certain way, right? Let's say you're an actor on a stage, right? And you've learned this script to the point where you've memorized it, right? You can go on stage, you don't have to look at the paper, you do it all from memory. If you're trying to learn a new script, it's gonna be hard at first to relearn how to do things differently, right? Of course, you're gonna have to keep looking at your script, you're gonna have to like keep catching yourself, but over time, as you put in the work, it's gonna be difficult, yes, but eventually you'll be able to train your mind and your body to follow the new script. And so yeah, of course, with this new approach, it was a little difficult to remember to do that. Sometimes I wouldn't remember, I'd go back on my old ways, but can't let that get you down. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time, and it's not a linear journey to learn this new way of thinking, to learn this new script, if you will. So, my new approach was, this is gonna be a tough one if you're like me, ADHD out the wazoo, is to stop and to be mindful. Gosh, mindfulness really is the key. But learning to just catch myself when I'm having like a spiraling, like my brain is going 100 miles an hour, learning to recognize when I do that, and then stop and acknowledge what's happening, and then reframe it, right? And the way that I reframed it was, I kind of talked about it earlier, I kind of talked through it earlier, like, this is just what learning looks like, right? Learning means going from not being so good at something to being good at something. And that's just what it looks like. You have to make mistakes to learn. And it's like, one of the funny things that I told myself was like, if you weren't learning anything, then you're not getting your money's worth from going to school. And so and this is sort of like a comedic thing that I was doing at first, just to give myself a fun little laugh. But like, I'd be like, okay, well, at least I'm getting my money's worth because I'm learning, I'm getting better. But yeah, kind of just thinking about the big picture of, you have to make mistakes to become better, and that's just the process of learning, right? And yeah, and then the next question. Well, first of all, let me pause again. Let me drink some water and check the chat here. You lost me at stop. Heresy, I say. I get it. I get it. It's really tough, and it's a really difficult thing to practice, which is why you practice it, right? Because it gets easier the more you do it. And because at first I was like, ugh, but it's so easy to just do what I do. You know what I mean? And yeah, sure, like it's always gonna be easier to do things that you're used to. You know what I mean? But going with the easy route won't mean, it'll mean that you don't get to go on a better journey. Does that make sense? Like, sure, in the moment, it's like easier, quote unquote, like to not do that mental work of like, okay, let me stop, let me be mindful, let me reframe. It might be easier in the moment, but if you continue to do that, you'll look back and you'll think, wow, gosh, like nothing's really changed. I'm still, dealing with this, maladaptive behavior. And, it's difficult, it's tough to do the work, but over time, it has rewards. You know what I mean? Gosh, it's like, it's like in like Persona or something. You gotta like spend the time to level up your skills and things. And you're like, oh, well, I could just go and like spend that time, leveling up my confidence, which is like something you can do. Or like I can play games, or I can, explore more in the dungeons and things like that. But you gotta take time to do difficult work to improve yourself, and it makes your journey easier. Yeah. Yeah, and huge shout out to our anonymous donor here for the $25 donation. Thank you very much. And even closer to 750, which is our next milestone, which will bump things up to 8 miles. Yeah. Don't relapse to the batting cages. For those who don't know, I played Persona on this channel for a little bit, and I got really into the batting cages minigame. I really wanted to get it right. Oh my gosh. It was fun though. It was fun. Oh my goodness. Gosh. Learning is messy indeed, Panama. Learning is messy, emotions are messy, and that's a good thing, yeah. We tend to be worried about being messy, and that just hurts us. True! We're all human, we gotta learn how to be. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I haven't finished going through my little framework that I had earlier with this specific example. But yeah, once you've sort of tried a new approach, it's also beneficial to understand the root of that. You know what I mean? Like, why did I react the way that I did? And oftentimes that root manifests itself in other parts of your life. And so I was like, why? Why do I think that? And I looked back on my experience in school and things like that, because this is my first rodeo with school. So I looked back and I think about like the other classes or professors that I've had, or, even like as a kid, like what grades meant, or what like quote like laziness meant or whatever. And I remember like, gosh, whether it's a professor or what have you, like I'd get, admonished for bad grades, or having a messy room, or just relaxing, after school or something. Yeah, like, oh gosh, messy room, you're so lazy or what have you, and things like that. And I don't know, for some reason I was like, oh, if I do one small thing wrong, that means I'm bad at the whole thing. And then I was like, yeah, I gotta unlearn that. That's not good. You know what I mean? Like, professors will only see, like, a fraction of who I am and what I do, right? They don't know my whole story and things like that. So I can't let what they maybe say, like, in one instance or one exam or what have you, dictate who I am and how I see myself. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Anonymous, thank you so much for the $30 donation. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I saw something somewhere and I don't remember where I got it. But it was like the version of me that exists in your head does not exist. Whoa! I genuinely don't remember where I picked that up. But it resonated with me so much that like I went to bed that day and I was like, wait. It like echoed in my head. The version of me that exists in your head does not exist. And if you're an overthinker like me, where your brain is like a train moving at 100 miles per hour. I don't know. If you're also a people pleaser like me too. I actually wrote a song about it. It's called Photocopy. And I was like, why does this one sentence literally summarize the whole, like, it's the thesis statement for Photocopy, essentially. Yeah, the version of me that lives in your head does not exist. Crazy. It does make sense. Most of the time, people can only see one facet of our personalities. Also, bars. Speaking of bars, go check out Photocopy. Because again, that whole... And I wrote that song, gosh, like years ago. And then to come across a line that's just one sentence, and I'm like, wow, that's the whole song. But I feel like the song form is cathartic. It's therapeutic in that regard. But yeah. Gosh. But yeah, what is my daily practice? I practice mindfulness as much as I can. And, you know, sometimes that's learning how to be able to, in the moment, recognize, oh, maybe I'm getting anxious about something, or oh, I'm overthinking something. And just being able to go, to catch that line of thinking, like, no. Why are you doing that? You don't need to do that. You don't need to be thinking about that question or this question. Why are you thinking about that? You don't need to think about that right now. Focus on the moment. Focus on the now. Focus on doing your best. Yeah. And how I have thought about it before, I was kind of visualizing it as I was talking about it. And I imagine my mind as a train. And it's constantly going off to different, you know, directions, and gets lost and gets, you know... And that's just a fun part of how my brain works, right? You all get a bunch of fun little tangents whenever I'm like playing a game or telling a story or what have you. And that's a fun way of how my brain works, and you know, I love that. But of course, with this train that is constantly going on different routes and getting lost and getting rerouted, sometimes I also, my brain is a train that's moving towards the stations of negativity, if you will. And yeah, that's not fun, right? But the great part about this train that's moving 100 miles an hour all the time is that I'm the conductor of this train. And I can stop at a station and be like, whoa, let me look at the station map. I'm so lost. I'm so far away from where I need to be. But the best part is I can stop at the station, be mindful about where I am, take a look at the map, take a look at where I need to go, and reroute. That's the cool part. Yeah, it's going off the rails. Gosh, but yeah, that's another way I've sort of visualized it. Yeah. Have I heard the line, believe in the you that... Yeah, yes, I say that line all the time, actually. Keeping it to the theme of JRPGs, you could almost equate it to pausing the game to strategize, and I do that too. If you're in my members... Oh, I hit 1 mile. We're at 1.1 mile. Let me update that. Woohoo! At this rate, I'll be streaming for 6 hours. When we have our guest speaker, I'll probably bump up the speed when I'm not having to talk all the time. Yeah. Woohoo! Oh my gosh! It's shiny! Yay! Thank you so much for the $50 donation. We've now reached our 3rd milestone. Now we're at 8 miles. Woohoo! Wait, I have to update the right one. I almost updated the 1 to 8. Oops. That's not the backspace button. Yeah, you should try walking and also typing on a keyboard. It's crazy. Wow, 1 mile. Well, to be fair, though, we did spend the first 30 minutes just yapping and stuff. So I find that I can do like 2 miles pretty well, but the thing is I usually jog or run 2 miles, but walking, it's like I can walk. I can walk for a while, but I will be taking breaks, of course. But yeah, that was my little story that I wanted to share about my recent experience and sort of this tool that I've been using. And I hope that throughout today, especially as we kind of go into the next section where we talk about some of the community submitted monsters on the quest board, I hope you can continue to keep this toolkit in your head. Tanka, thank you so much for the donation, for the $25 donation. 200 away from our max goal today. I'm gonna have to be running during our guest speaker. Well, remember, we will be having some time after the guest speaker where it's just do whatever. I should have a thing where I'm like, just sprinting for a whole minute. Oh my gosh. The power of Yap is too OP. Oh my gosh, what if we played Nintendo Switch Sports while I was running on this? But anyway, just some brainstorming, if you will. Gosh. Walk, type, and chew gum all at once? Oh my gosh. I feel like I'd accidentally choke on the gum. Goodness gracious. Are we still allowed to submit questions to the board? No, unfortunately not. Of course, you can still discuss and talk and share your experiences in the chat, but I did spend some time outside of stream to make little quest-like board flyers with little images on them. So, yeah, I'm on a mini treadmill right now, yes. It was gifted to me on Throne, so thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, woohoo! We're almost to our last goal, 10 miles. On the topic of walking and hiking, I feel like walking and jogging is really most of the exercise I get to do. I'm a busybody, as you know, so I'm not, unfortunately not as active as I have been at like the peak points of activeness in my life, but I've been doing like little things every day to squeeze in fitness where I can. Of course, with this walking pad, it's really easy to squeeze in some walking as well. But, you know, sometimes if I need a brain break, I'll go outside and I'll go on a walk. That really helps if I feel like I can't focus and I'm super distracted. Oh yeah, I mean, if you have any questions about my journey being diagnosed with ADHD, again, I can just speak extemporaneously on that as to like why I finally decided to get diagnosed and things like that. Talk about that. But yeah, no, in terms of squeezing like little bits of exercise, I love a little midday walk. It's so good if you get distracted or if maybe you're like falling asleep in the middle of the day or getting a little tired. I find a little walk or a little refresh like that to be very helpful. The emotion that once the sprint section has to come, cue the Mobius theme. That sounds really funny. To continue this tangent before we talk about my journey with ADHD, running music. Oh wait, sorry, can we actually take a little like tangent time to talk about fun little ways that I've gotten like exercise in in a geeky way, I guess a nerdy way. I'll talk about my music first, what I listen to. I found my favorite piece to jog to, just because the pacing is really good for me if I'm just like on the treadmill, is Gower Plain. Like the daytime, like it's such a good pace if you just want to like you gotta try it. I actually have playlists for like running versus like jogging and walking. I'm very much, my body, like music has a quality to it that like entrains your body, right? Physically. So I find that if I have music that like is too fast, then I'll run too fast, my heart rate goes up too much, and I'm like not, you know, at the speed that I want to be. So I'm very picky about what music I listen to when I'm jogging or I'm walking or I'm running. So Gower Plain, try that. It's a nice like light jog, but again, everyone's different. So I think taking care to curate your personal workout playlist is important. And the letter V, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Very much appreciated. That's a good track. Yeah, I actually have a playlist. I used to work when I was training like actively for like fun runs and things like that for 5Ks, I would have strength training also in my workout routine. I don't currently, since I'm not training for any like big runs or whatever. I had a playlist called The Girl with the Gall. And it was specifically like my high energy, like, you know, pumping iron, do. Yeah, that's great. Oh my gosh. Gosh. Yeah, just the day things were so nice. I really want to like, you know how they have like, is it Peloton? Where it's like the bikes with the screens or whatever? Sometimes I put my walking pad in front of the TV. Oh, this is so embarrassing, but I'm gonna tell you all because it's such a good hack. There's a YouTube channel called Video Game Run Club. And sometimes I'll take my walking pad to my living room and I'll, on the TV, on YouTube, I'll search up a video from Video Game Run Club because they have like 20, 30, 40, 60-minute long videos of various video games. But for me, I choose the Zelda ones. And it's just like long run from Hateno to Rito. And it's like 50 minutes of just like gameplay ambiance and like the music. I don't even think there's the music from in the game. I don't remember. But it's like somebody playing Breath of the Wild, but they're just running. And it's just their footage of Link running from like one place to another. And I watch that. I watch that while I run, or watch that while I put it on in the background if I want to like walk and do some reading, or walk and do some like work, or if I'm just jogging. It's a good motivator. I don't know. It's so fun. Oh my gosh. We love that for you. I wish somebody did that for like Xenoblade or something. Gormati jog. I don't know. Oh my gosh. It's really fun. It's really awesome. It's like I think they used to do that on like Wii Sports Resort, where like one of the games was like walking around Woohoo Island. I don't know. I've never played. I know. I have only played Wii Sports, not Wii Sports Resort. But yeah, you like walk through Woohoo Island, and it's like that. It's so fun. I haven't tried out the other ones though. I don't remember what other games they have. I've only been watching the Zelda ones. Anyway, the other fun little nerdy hack that I've found. I haven't done this one in a while, but oh my gosh, let me see if I can find the website. Uh-oh, here we go. I'm gonna have to walk and type at the same time. All right, here I go. It's from a website called Superhero Jacked, and they basically have a list of anime and video game themed workouts, and it'll be like train like Link, or train like insert character, I don't know. And they theme these workouts, so they give you like a list of like a workout routine or what have you, but they theme it like the way that they write it out and things like that. They have like, they put reasoning behind it, like, oh well, if this like Link is like an archer, and so he has a really strong like arm strength, and so you can do these exercises like that Link would probably do, or something like that. And it's just a fun way to get motivated and get excited about exercise. And when I was doing them, they were really helpful. Yeah. Laps around Iodio's train like Noah. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Kavezi soldier workout routine. You can Garrick Mock workout. Let's see, what do they have? Let me see. Maybe it's under, anime workouts. I wonder if they have like, they have full workout database. Anime workouts, superhero workouts. Let's just do anime workouts. Gosh. I'm not like a fitness trainer or anything, so I can't make my own. Maybe I'll commission someone. Can you make a Xenoblade themed ones? Oh my gosh. Full Metal Alchemist inspired workouts. Wait, I love Bleach inspired workouts. Oh my gosh, Fate inspired workouts. Oh my gosh. Wait, what do they have? I'm gonna click. The Shiro Emi of Fate series inspired workout is crazy. Wait, the Rin Tosaka workout. Oh my gosh. I need to log on to Honkai Star Rail again and pull on the banner for Rin. Oh my gosh. Innocent Bystander, thank you so much for the donation of $25. Jillian, I don't think I got the chance to thank you as well. For your $15 donation. Thank you very much. Getting much closer to our final goal. Wait, this is so fun. I'm getting very distracted. We'll head over to the quest board in a second, but I also need to talk about, I said I was going to talk about my journey about getting my ADHD diagnosis as well. I'm just so excited about this. Wait, they have an other section. I'm going to click it. Let's see. They have Sonic the Hedgehog inspired workout. You think they have a Saitama inspired workout? 10 kilometer run, 100 push-ups. That would be crazy. What else do they have here? Also, this is sort of like my mental break. Because talking about these things obviously takes a lot of mental energy, but I'm also walking too, so double the energy. This is a fun little break I get to have here. Oh, I'm almost out of water. I've been drinking water like nobody's business. I have Aang, Ty Lee, Zuko. Maybe I should do this again. Maybe I will. Should I? Maybe I could try one at the end. For those who don't know, after our guest speaker, we kind of have an open period of time. Because I don't know how long this stream's gonna be with the walking. I've also hit 1.5. Probably update that. Wow! Let's see here. What was I saying? I don't remember. Continuing on. We're looking through the, oh yeah, so maybe during the open period I can try one of these. Riza Hawkeye workout. That's so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got a question in the chat about the main topic at hand. So now we can wrap up this fun little tangent about fun workout motivations. I'll talk a little bit about my journey with ADHD. And then we'll take a quick break. I'm gonna get some water. So like maybe a minute or two. We'll come back. We'll check out the quest board. Yeah. So let me go through my mental timeline for today. Okay. So in about an hour, we'll be taking my lunch break so I can eat my food and welcome in our guest speaker. So, yeah, gosh, maybe, yeah, I think about a year ago is when I decided I was going to get diagnosed for ADHD because I suspected for a while that I could have ADHD. And I talked to a therapist about this. And I actually discovered so much about like my behavior as a child. Being like, wait, that was my ADHD. That's crazy. But yeah, and then I spoke with a psychiatrist and I had like my intake, appointment and things like that. And I eventually got my diagnosis. But the biggest reason why I decided to do that is because I was going to be going back to school. I was going to be going back to school in between work and school and all that stuff. And of course, I got to the point where, thankfully, at the end of the month, for those who don't know, I'll be quitting idle side job to focus on my studies and streaming and content creation. So very excited about that. So even though eventually I was going to balance out my schedule a little bit more, I wanted to be able to focus on my studies because I've been through academia before, and even though I was on paper, very good at academia, great grades and things like that. Again, not to brag or anything, but it was very difficult. It was very difficult to focus, especially after some big world events shifting and changing how we do academia. That really shattered a lot of the routines I had set for myself to lock in, to get focused, you know what I mean? So that was a big reason why I decided to get that diagnosis. Markurian says, do you find that your outlook is different after the diagnosis? If so, do you find that it feels better than before you were? Yeah, I do. I feel like it's really empowered me to take steps to make changes to my life. To adjust to how my brain is. And I think before I'd always thought like, oh, there's something wrong with me. You know what I mean? I think a lot of the times we think of neurodivergence as like, oh, this needs to be fixed. You know what I mean? Like, this is a problem that needs to be fixed or needs to be healed. But I think my mindset had changed a lot to myself of being like, I just need to figure out what's best to work with how my brain works. You know what I mean? And this is just how my brain works, and that's fine. You know what I mean? But I just need to find the right tools to work with how it works and be able to function with other people because I like working with other people. I like making friends. I like working with people, and I just gotta find the best ways to study and to work for myself, but also find ways that I can like advocate for myself to other people, in a way that we can all like work together and things like that, right? Yeah. Step 1, experience that moment from FMA. Which one? Oh, sorry. I think we were talking about something before. I think we were talking about the Full Metal Alchemist workout. Yeah, it's definitely, been very helpful. But like I said, it definitely came with some of its challenges. I think especially with taking medication as well. I think it introduces a lot of like change to your routine and things like that. I had to make sure I have breakfast at a very specific time of day rather, than when I did, because, my medication, affects like appetite and things like that. So I gotta make sure I get my food before I take my medication. It's like lifestyle changes can be very difficult, but I think it was worth it, if that makes sense. Like there were some trade-offs, but it was like worth it for me, and I had to like, we had to change some things and trial and error and things like that. But eventually I found a point where I was like, okay, this is something I can work with, if that makes sense. Yeah, but gosh, I think there was a part of me where I was like, why did it take me so long? Why did I wait so long? I think it's a very real thing that like, healthcare and medication is something that's very inaccessible for a lot of people around the world as well. So I think there was definitely an element of it where I had to stop and be like, I'm grateful that I can even get to a point where I can access, healthcare however way I can get it, right? And being able to talk to a psychiatrist and get treatment for it. And this is just one aspect, right, of my journey with ADHD. There was also the aspect of like going through CBT and things like that. Yeah, but I'm very grateful that I have access to like free or affordable resources, which, by the way, if your employer or your school offers, health, benefits as well, like definitely worth doing the research there. I mean, that was a big reason why I was able to start this journey as well. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the donation, Fossil! Wait! Oh my gosh, we're less than 100 away. That's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If the changes work out for the better, then it sounds worth it, yeah. Yeah, and like I mentioned before, I think a lot of people are afraid or worried about making changes because it's hard. And of course, I think it kind of has to be that way, right? And while it might feel easier or even safe to just let things be the way that they were, you'll eventually look back and think like, wow, nothing's changed and I'm kind of like stuck in the same spot that I was before. Sometimes I have trouble with that too. Sort of choosing your battles, if you will. I have a really bad like time blindness sometimes. So like sometimes I won't like think about how, oh, if I do this thing now, which maybe isn't fun to do or is difficult to do, it'll make things easier for me in the future. Because I'm very like in the now sometimes. Like if it's not an immediate concern, I just don't think about it. I just don't like, it doesn't like worry me as much, if that makes sense. Time blindness, I'm telling you. So I have to actively be like, okay, no, I have to do this thing even though I don't want to. Or if you know what I mean? Because I had to think about the bigger picture, if you will. Yeah. Oh my gosh. You just graduated last Monday. Oh my gosh. I'm assuming you mean from school. Congratulations. I was just talking about this with someone the other day. We need to find other graduation songs than Pomp and Circumstance. Like, give me the aux chord. I got some great ideas. Oh my gosh. I wish I remembered what I had the other day. I was literally talking about this with someone, and I came up with a couple of ideas from like anime or video games for what songs I would want. Because I'm like, you have all of these looping BGMs and and games and anime. It's perfect real estate for like a ceremony. You know what I mean? Maximize those uni benefits. So many small perks people miss while in school. Yeah, literally. Yeah, and like, you know, you can have access to free or discounted healthcare, and there's so many like student services to ensure that you can do your best in school. So yeah, definitely look into those options as well. Time blindness is the worst. It can be really difficult to deal with. I know. Mindfulness is really tough to do, but that's why it takes practice. It takes practice. But yeah, any other questions? I want to make sure we have time to do some quest board. We have 45-ish minutes to do quest board here before I have to go on break and get my food. I have a sandwich waiting for me. I'm hungry. I want to eat that sandwich. And I gotta get set up for our guest speaker here as well. I'm excited because I get to bump up the speed during our guest speaker because I won't have to talk as much. I'll sort of just be responsible for clicking the slides and, you know, things like that. Maybe pointing out some chat messages and whatnot. I got all these options. Yeah, real. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I remembered to wear my Fitbit. Sometimes I'll think, oh man, I forgot to wear it. Oh, what's the point of this exercise? But I just gotta do it. I just gotta commit to it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Gosh. People use the same song every year. Oh yeah, Pomp and Circumstance. Yet it's tradition, but I hear that all the time whenever you watch wrestling. What would you play at your school graduation? I want to know. I want to think about a fun little... Maybe I'll have like a... When I graduate from going back to school. Not from VTubing. I want to keep doing this for as long as I can. Maybe I'll have a little party and I'll play some fun graduation type songs that aren't Pomp and Circumstance when I have my friends come over. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, thanks so much for stopping by. We're going to actually transition over to the quest board here in just a moment, but I'm going to refill my water bottle. It's not quite empty yet, but I figured now is a good time, so stick around. I'll be back in like 1 or 2 minutes. I grab a snack here. Wait, I have my Nerds Gummy Clusters. I'll tell you all the story about the Nerds Gummy Clusters in a second. But I'm going to get water. I'm almost at 2 miles. I'm going to pause this. Pause. And I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. Let me actually switch to the quest board here, since that's what we're about to do. Might have to update the numbers on this next one. Let's switch on over. La-da-da-da-doo. Oh yeah! Oh hey, look, the numbers are still updated. Nice. Let me check, see here. Bit, thank you so much for the $10 donation. TND, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Very much appreciated. And as you can see here, we're only 25 away from our $1,000 goal here today and our 10-mile journey milestone. So I'm actually almost here at 2 miles. So that gives you an idea of how long maybe the stream will be. I'll be going a little bit faster in just a second here. I might be getting some running in while I do my setup as well after lunch for our guest speaker as well. But yeah, then, you know, we have this section here that we're doing, then break, guest speaker, and then we'll have our fun open time here today until I finish my journey progress. But yeah, right now, we're going to be looking at the quest board here because we have some wonderful archangels, travelers, adventurers who've submitted their own monsters to share with you all today. So whether you're experiencing something similar or you just want to share, you know, some kind words, hopefully you can find some solidarity knowing that you're not alone. And maybe you can learn some tips and tricks from your fellow archangels on how to combat these monsters. So first, we're going to talk about the various monsters that have been encountered, and then we'll see what tips and tricks and tools of the trade that our fellow archangels have shared here today. So let me get my slide here up on screen with all of the stuff. Take me a second here. While I do this, though, I want to tell you the Nerds Gummy Cluster story I was telling you all about. So for a while, Nerds Gummy Clusters has been like my go-to, like, candy treat thing, what have you. And I've been putting it on to all of my friends, right? Like, you gotta try Nerds Gummy Clusters. They're so good. Oh my gosh! Rod, thank you so much for the $25 donation, bringing us to our final milestone. Wow, we did it! Of 10 miles here today. Thank you very much to all of the donors we have here today for your contributions. And thank you to every single one of you all here today who are here listening and chatting and taking part and cheering me on. We've also just hit 2 miles here. Woohoo! We did it! Yahoo! And of course, if you so desire, the link is still available if you would like to continue to donate past this milestone. But thank you all so much for your generosity. It really does warm my heart that so many of you all are willing to donate to this cause. So thank you all so much. And let's continue. We got 8 miles to go. Woohoo! Oh, what was I doing? Oh yes, pulling up the slide and then the Nerds Gummy Cluster story. So my friend Beef, as you know, that's her nickname. She's actually like the runner of the friend group. I'm active in that, like, I walk and I jog occasionally, but she like trains to do like big runs and marathons and things like that. She was like, thank you so much for introducing Nerds Gummy Clusters to me, because she was like, I used to carry those like energy jellies, and the ones that she likes are kind of expensive. But she was like, ever since you told me about Nerds Gummy Clusters, I just keep a few Nerds Gummy Clusters in my running pouch for energy instead of having a bunch of like energy jelly. So maybe she'll have like 1 energy jelly and then just a bunch of Nerds Gummy Clusters in her like running pouch. And she's like, yeah, it's great because they're small and they're like I can just eat one while I'm running and then it gives me energy. Oh my gosh. Beef mentioned, yeah, Shiny's bias. Oh my gosh. But yes, that was the little story I wanted to tell you all. But let me grab my quest board slideshow here. And in 30 minutes, we might have to come back to the quest board after our speaker, but no worries. Let's see here. And as we go into our quest board, I want to friendly reminder to folks about the framework that I'd shared earlier. Remember, think about, what am I battling here? How do I react to that? How does this reaction to this monster affect me? How does this reaction to this monster make the monster continue to exist? What new approach can I have? Why did I react the way that I did? Kind of getting to the root of the problem, and then finding a daily practice to really be able to learn how to do that new approach naturally, right? So, here we are. First monster here today is... Now this one, this monster that was submitted by this adventurer, huge I relate to it. I related to it so much I almost cried. I was like, did I ghost write this? Did I write this down without even realizing it? But first of all, I want to thank every single one of the adventurers who were kind enough and brave enough to share their stories with us. Because yeah, I really just to kind of illustrate the point to this, I read through this one specifically, and I was like, wow, this is literally me to a T. And I used to feel shame to a degree, why, logically, it's why do I think like that, right? There's a logical part of me that's like, this doesn't make any sense. Why do I think like that? And I felt a shame in that, right? I'm like, oh gosh, there must be something wrong with me, or I must be so bad at this, or what have you. But these are irrational feelings that come up, and they just happen, and you gotta learn to overcome them. They don't make you a bad person. They don't make you bad at doing life, right? But you gotta learn how to overcome them so that you're able to go about your life easier, right? Because we don't have to do life on hard mode. We don't have to, right? Oh my gosh, Amanda, welcome! Amanda says 6'7". Welcome in. So, anxiety, gosh. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the story out. And specifically for this one, because when I tell you that this was me to a T, I literally journaled about this and using that framework. So I actually have my journal here today. So I originally did not have this in my plan. I just didn't know where I was gonna squeeze it in. But since I read this one, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna bring my journal out and I'm gonna read what I journaled using that framework I showed you earlier. So let's go ahead and read this story from this adventurer here. It says here under the About This Adventurer section, it says here from this adventurer who submitted this one. They said, I'm grateful to all the archangels who show up day in and day out, not just to read his streams, but consciously to their own lives. Showing up in your own life, right? Even when it feels like no progress is being made, merely staying alive and pushing forward is an extension of your progress bar. Yeah! Just gaming theme, JRPG. Is an extension of your progress bar that leads you to the next phase of your journey. I'm also grateful to Rita for making mental health and intentional improvement a focal point of her journey and the use of her content as a force for good. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And like you said, I appreciate everyone out there who's making an effort to change their lives or maybe help those around them. So thank you so much for that nice shout out. I really appreciate it. Okay, water check. I also got my liquid IV here too. Says here. Remember, these are real stories shared by real people. So let's remember to be respectful. Let's remember to be open-minded. And if you would like to share some kind words, then please feel free to do so in a kind and respectful manner. So again, thank you to everyone who shared submissions. And this is our first one for this monster, anxiety. It says here, I developed anxiety as part of a larger health condition around the same summer that COVID. They using the same verbiage that I use. The big world event, the big world public health event that occurred, COVID. It became something I was unable to stop thinking about, as past mistakes and bad memories overpowered my thoughts pretty much daily. While I've had some therapy sessions around it, it's not something I want to bring up often with my friends and family, so as to not burden them with my problems. I am also a people pleaser as well. Relatable, I get that. Which is part of me when I walk and have to read at the same time.
which is part of which I've ignored or not heeded phrases like, shared joy is twice the joy, but shared sorrow is half the sorrow. I just want to be helpful to people without overstepping or becoming annoying, which is where my anxiety picks up and tries telling me that I'm annoying or overbearing all the time, which can lead to withdrawing from contact with other people. When I tell you, I was like, did I write this? I was like, wait a minute, hello? No, I absolutely have struggled with that feeling before of like feeling like I'm a burden to other people. And the logical part of me was always saying like, well, that's what friendship is for. If they say they want to help you, like if you're friends, like that's what you're supposed to do, right? Like, and then I think to myself like, well, what if a friend came to you and with their problems? What would you think? And I'm like, well, yeah, of course, I'd help them without any like thought. And it's like, how come you can't have that same thinking for yourself if you would do that for another friend? So I totally get that. And let me share with you how I went through that framework for this specific experience to kind of model like, you know, you're faced with this monster. How do I battle it? So going back to the framework, I'm reading directly from my journal now. So what am I battling here? And maybe it's a little different from the specific scenario, but since I felt like I related to this one as well, maybe my journaling will, I don't know, shed some light. So I wrote down in my journal, I'm battling the part of me that feels guilty / like a burden when I have to rely on others more. Is that not like nail on the head? Like, is that not like the exact thing? That's why I was like, wow, literally relatable. But yeah, kind of like, yeah, feeling like a burden. How do I react to that? How do I react to that part of myself that I'm battling, or how does this reaction affect me? So I relate with the whole like withdrawing from other people. If I feel like I'm being a burden to someone, I feel like I'm quieter around them. I feel like I tend to be more distant. And I think the reason why I sometimes I don't even realize it. You know what I mean? I think the subconscious thinking there is like, oh, well, I'm burdening them. I don't want to burden them anymore. I'm already having to ask them to do this or help me in this way. I almost feel this shame of like, I you know, giving you too much energy or things like that. And I, without even realizing it, like the person said in this submission, I tend to like withdraw without even realizing it. Let's see, what else did I write? I assume a worst case scenario, and that might make my friends feel like they're doing something wrong. Yeah, so, yeah, like I've talked to some of my friends about it. I was like, you know, yeah, after talking about it with like my therapist and things like that, of like, hey, like, you know, this is what I've observed, you know, things like that. Like, and my therapist had mentioned like, well, when you withdraw from your friends, when you feel guilty, right? Like, oh, I'm withdrawing because I feel like I'm already so much of a burden. I don't want to burden them more. How do you think your friends feel about that, right? Like you might make them feel like they did something wrong, you know, like they shouldn't be doing that. When they're saying like, I want to help you, this is not a burden to me. Like you know, I want to help, things like that. So that's what I wrote down. Next question was, how does this reaction make the issue persist? Well, yeah, you know, I end up causing more worries for my friends and for my family, which is what you were trying to avoid in the first place, right? Like, you know, you, in trying to not be a burden, it's like, oh no, by thinking of it, you know, negatively and having this like negative thinking persist, it's making the problem worse, you know what I mean? So what's my new approach? I wrote, this part of me came from care and worry for my friends. Sorry, my handwriting is so bad in this. Instead of lamenting over things I can't do anything about, I do what I can to support my friends supporting me. Yeah! Wow! It's like, So to clarify that, it can't, let's see, instead of lamenting over things I can't do anything about, which is the things I have to rely on my friends for, my family for, instead of thinking about like, ugh, I can't believe I can't do this, or I can't believe I have to burden them like this, ugh. Instead of worrying about that, which I can't change, what can I do instead? I can think about how can I support my friends and family in the way that they're supporting me, right? Like, how can I give back? How can I, not make things worse, I guess, if that makes sense. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That feeling. And like one thing I was talking to my therapist about, this topic specifically, because I think one thing I was like worried about was like, oh, people will say, like my friends will say, oh, it's really no big deal, it's no worry. But then I worried about like, oh, they're saying that, but they don't actually mean it. You know what I mean? Like they're saying that, but in reality, they are being, physically inconvenienced or what have you. And that's when she was like, well, then that's not your fault that they're not communicating clearly what they mean. You know what I mean? If they said it's no problem, then it's no problem. That's on them for saying like it's no problem, but it really was. You know what I mean? They're like, you're not responsible for how somebody else like feels or says to you. And I was like, wait, that's crazy. And it's like, you kind of have to give that trust to like a friend or a family member if they say like, no, it really isn't a burden. I want to do this for you. Then you gotta trust them, you gotta believe them. But also like, understand that if somebody has to be like, oh, sorry, I can't do that right now. But I can do this, or I can help out in another way. Just because someone can't, have that can't be burdened in that way. Like, oh, sorry, I can't, drive you somewhere because I have something else at that time. That doesn't mean they don't want to support you or what have you. Just that means that they can't support you in that way. So, I don't know. Yeah. The M in the Capcom acronym for self-talk. Mind reading. Exactly. Yeah, trust. That was a really big one for me, specifically. In this situation, like, I gotta learn to really give that trust to my friends. Because it's like, of course I trust my friends. Of course I trust my family. So, like, why can't I do that in this regard? That was really powerful for me. Yeah. And then the last couple of things is, why did I feel the way that I did? Really kind of getting to the root of the problem, right? Because again, this sort of like, maybe this thing that stemmed from, this behavior or this mindset that stemmed from maybe when you were even really, really young, can affect a lot of aspects of your life. And being able to get to the root of it can help you solve other aspects of your life or other ways of thinking. Let's see, what did I write down? Let's see. Oh gosh. Being treated like, when I was younger, being treated like me needing things was a burden. So I worry about like taking up space and needing things. Like it'll turn people, I was worried that it'll turn people into like, that they'll be tired or resentful or what have you. But like learning to unlearn that, you know what I mean? That's not the case, if that makes sense. So being able to recognize that and be like, wow, that is something I didn't even think of consciously, but like, I guess that's sort of how like my brain space or my mind space was built. And so I was just so used to operating like that, or assuming that's how the world is without even realizing it, because it's like ingrained, so used to it, right? But being able to recognize it means you can rewrite the script in your brain, right? Like I mentioned earlier about how if an actor is so used to acting a script a certain way, it's gonna be tough learning the new one, but you gotta learn the new script in order to start going through it and performing it, right? So yeah. My daily practice is, so here, this is the best part. So in order to start combating that, of course I'd be like, hey, like, can you do this for me? I need a favor or whatever. Sorry for the inconvenience, but really focusing more on like showing my gratitude. Of course I showed my gratitude Sorry for the inconvenience and thank you for doing this for me. But often I found myself focusing more on the sorry, oh my gosh, sorry. But rather shifting more focus on the thank you portion, right, of the conversation. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to have your friendship. I'm really grateful, to have your help. I'm really grateful to have you in my life, etc., etc. Also, we hit 2.5. Oh my gosh. Woohoo! Let me change that real quickly. But yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, water check. Gosh, there's something about walking that really gives you energy. I was really tired this morning. I feel like walking has really woken me up. So, yeah, thank you to the Archangel for sharing this one. Yeah, I like low-key cried reading it because I was like, wait, me, relatable. But yeah, you're not alone in that. And I hope that this is something that you can continue to overcome. I know it sometimes feels like, oh, why haven't I gotten over it yet? Like, why am I still struggling with it? Sometimes these things can take years to unlearn. But what matters is that you're recognizing it and you're working towards changing it, right? So the journey of progress isn't linear. So, whatever little bit of progress you can make on whatever time scale is important. And yeah, I'm proud that you've recognized it and you've tried to make changes. And I hope that you can continue to remember that you're not alone in this, and this doesn't make you, doesn't make you like a bad person, or doesn't mean you're wrong or you're broken. It's just something that you need to unlearn. We all have things in our lives that we were raised to think like, or socialized to think in our heads, and changing, negative thinking or maladaptive behaviors is difficult. It takes time. But yeah, I'm proud of you for all the work that you've done. So, yeah. You're a sorry-aholic too? No, literally, I know it's like, even though I say thank you, it's hard to feel it when I'm so focused on the sorry, gosh, I'm such an inconvenience, oh my gosh, I'm taking so much space. And I try to think, flip this script, and I'm like, if I was a friend, would I feel bad? Oh gosh, they're apologizing so much, and just doing what I can do and focusing on the gratitude. You know what I mean? Because that's what I can have control over. I can't have control over, maybe something happened and I do need to rely on someone for whatever reason. It's I don't really have much control over that. But, friends and family who are willing to help, and what I do have control over is my mindset and my actions towards other people. So, yeah. So I can really focus on that gratitude instead. Yeah, I'm walking. I am walking, huh? It does. It's so interesting as well. Thank you, Traveler, for sharing this. May you feel hugged and loved. How I structured these quest boards is all the monsters come first, and then I have all of the fun tips and tricks of the trade. So, we're gonna get through all the monsters first. And then, oh no, we only have 15 minutes. What the? I'm such a yapper. But that means we'll have plenty to talk about after our guest speaker as well. So if you all don't mind, we'll get through another 15 minutes or so of the quest board monsters. I'll try to move through these a bit faster. And again, I'm just trying to share my friendly advice as, again, just a girl on the internet. Not a licensed professional, but it's nice to know that, we're not alone in the way that we feel and the things that we experience. And it's nice being able to share kind words and tips and tricks and things like that. So let's continue, shall we? I agree. It always helps to have more positive voices out there focused on normalizing mental self-care. I agree. It's a lot of stuff, and no matter how strong or how resilient your toolbox is, I don't know. I think there's still a lot of benefit in having a support system. I think, honestly, the support system is part of the toolbox. And of course, things like, family and friends and, coworkers and things like that are important parts of your support system. But of course, having like a community and a positive community is a big part of that as well. So, yeah. Thank you all for being such an amazing community. I just want to say, that's something I find myself to be very grateful for. Frequently when I think about my career as a VTuber, that's one of my biggest sources of gratitude is my community. Okay, continuing to the next slide. Oh wait, no, it got jumbled up. Hold on. I was like, wait, why is there an archangel next? Should be this. I'm gonna minimize this. It's gonna go away for a second. And then I'm gonna add the files manually. You have to go in order. There you go. There you go. Okay, this next one. Uh-oh, this is something I'm sure many of us can relate to as well. Gosh. Let me go ahead and find the accompanying story with this one. Thank you for your patience. I think I've gotten better at using a mouse and keyboard as I walk and talk. Okay, this one here. It's from an adventurer. It's about this adventurer. This adventurer says, I'm an empath through and through. I always try to be kind to people and give them help, be it with words or actions. So I want to start with the positive stuff first before we jump into the monsters. So just so you know a little bit about this adventurer, thank you for always doing your best to try to be kind to folks and to help others. I think that's part of what makes this community strong is all these people who have that mindset. But it says here, what monsters are you currently fighting? A lot of stress. My work is being super rough, and I'm always too hard on myself. I'm always doubting myself, and I tend to not really give myself any credit or time to rest. I feel you, especially as someone who always has to keep busy to feel like I'm doing something. I feel like that's a trend I feel like I've noticed throughout my life as a content creator, and I think this can apply to anyone really when it comes to achievements in life, whether it's work or in school. But I always get so hyped up, like whenever I have a cool project I can talk about that I just released and things like that. But in between, when I'm working on stuff behind the scenes or even when I'm resting, sometimes I find myself like stopping and thinking like, oh my gosh, I'm so like lazy, like I need to get stuff done. Like, oh my gosh, I've really fallen off. Like, why haven't I done anything in the past few months? And I sort of like become too hard on myself, if that makes sense. I doubt myself, and I am unable to look back and view things in a bigger picture and think like, wow, instead of thinking, gosh, why haven't I done anything in the past few months? I should be, thinking like, looking back at all of my experiences and all the things that I have accomplished, like, wow, look at all that I've done. You know what I mean? And I do deserve to rest, right? But yeah, I get that. I find that, I don't know, understanding that rest is just as important as work, and understanding that you do need to rest in order to do, your best. I think that's been a really important part of work for me. And it's honestly still something I'm still learning how to do, is being okay with rest and understanding that, like, you need to rest in order to do your best. So, yeah, I get that. But just to share some kind words, I'm sure you are doing your best. And you do deserve that rest. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like reading over the message in the chat and things like that. Yeah. But yeah, remember that you've done a lot of work, and look back on all the amazing things that you've done. Yeah, and I hope you can give yourself credit for that. Yeah. And bucks down. Thank you so much for the $25 donation as well. Yeah. Someone in the chat says, it's okay to work hard, but not too hard. Yeah. Rest is important physically and mentally, for sure. Yeah, and also, I think understanding that we're never meant to be working at 100% all the time. And I think that's something that I've been having to, like, remember as well. Because I feel like as someone who constantly does, like, tries to do, like, 100%, like, oh, wow, like, look at all these cool things I can do if I'm at 100%. I look at the times when I'm at, like, 80% or, like, I'm resting or something. And I'm like, man, look how much cooler I am when I do all this stuff when I'm at 100%. What? But we don't remember that for her to have her moments, Rita at 100%, Rita at like 0% needs to exist. You know what I mean? Oh, I have a great example. Like you're thinking of your team comp, right? We always think about like, oh, the DPS, oh, big numbers, wow, like look at fine in, carrying, wow, DPS. But you know how he's able to do all that? His team members that give him buffs, all of his accessories and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? Like, you can't be at your very best if you don't rest. If you don't have all of these things that supplement who you are at your best. Does that make sense? And what supplements you at your best is the you who's resting and taking care of themselves and things like that. And I feel like sometimes we forget that. Yeah. Sorry, I got really excited about the party composition. I don't know, what do you call that? Metaphor? Simile? Oh my gosh. But yeah, I hope that you can give yourself credit and give yourself time to rest. Yeah. Alex, thank you so much for celebrating your membership anniversary. Thank you for always doing these annual streams, Rita. Glad you are making sure you'll be at 100% as well. Yeah! Analogy, there you go. It does. Doing 100% every time can hurt us pretty bad. Yeah, exactly. If you were like running your computer, and I know some people do this, so maybe this isn't, because I turn my computer off at the end of every day. But I think some people like keep their computer on, like constantly, and then like put it to sleep. But I don't know if that's good for you. I don't know anything about computers, but for me, it's like I like to turn my computer off so you can have time to rest, so that like it can continue to, perform at its best, I guess. I don't know. But oh my gosh, we have 5 minutes left. I have hit 3 miles before my break, so I don't want to start another quest board entry here as we're about to go into our break. So we'll continue this after our guest speaker, okay? So, in a bit here, let me get us all situated again, since I was in Ramble City there for a moment. I know my thoughts can get a little derailed sometimes. You'll have to excuse me. That's just who I am and how I do things sometimes. So let's take a second to get settled here. I'm about to go into a break, probably 30-ish minutes. I'm gonna eat some food. We will do 30 minutes. So 30 minutes after the hour. So you can all be here at the time, and we'll me and my guest speaker will spend some time just chatting and things like that before we jump into the swing of things. So if you all need some time to get food as well and take a break, we'll go 30 minutes from when the break timer starts. And I don't know if Shiny, if you would be able to send in the chat like 20 minutes left, 10 minutes left, if possible, that'd be awesome. I didn't set up a timer, unfortunately. I was busy being on hiatus, I guess. That's a joke. Hiatus is very important. But yeah, I'm gonna get food and at some point get my guest speaker here set up. And yeah, we're gonna continue the fun in 30 minutes. I'm gonna pause my walking. Oh my gosh, 3 miles already. Isn't that crazy? We're already gone 2 hours down. Or maybe we'll go for like 5 hours today. Pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, I'll see you all in 30 minutes. You know, you have 30 minutes. I need that audio. I keep saying that all the time. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here for this first part. And I'll see you in 30 minutes for our next segment with our guest speaker. See you in a bit. Bye.
have here? Would you like to introduce yourself here?
Yes, indeed. Hello, everyone. My name
Lower
is
your
Mr.
volume.
Aegis.
There you go. Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Mr. Aegis. I am very happy to be here again for this event. I worked with Rita a couple years ago on this event where I did a presentation for Mental Health Awareness Month on mental health first aid. So very happy to be back here again and helping out with the NAMI charity event. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, welcome back onto the channel. And I've already mentioned this to you before, but again, it's such an honor to have you here. I'm really excited and very grateful for all the work that you do as a VTuber, and I'm sure you'll have some time to talk about you yourself. But yeah, I got some food to finish eating and then some resting to do before I get back to walking, so I'll go ahead. Without further ado, I'll hand the reins off to you for this wonderful presentation.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Mr. Aegis. I am a teacher and a streamer, and it's great to be here again on this fantastic event. And I'm so grateful that you've all already reached the goal, $1,000 for this wonderful charity. But hey, you can still give more if you like. As you see on my little banner there, there's a very important quote that I want you to keep in mind as we move forward. But the first thing that we'll do, oh, you probably also see that my aesthetics are sort of Windows 98 because I'm a millennial.
Nice.
But to give you a little background on myself, I have a master's degree in kinesiology and a bachelor's in health and physical education, and I'm a state licensed health teacher. As well, I have a certified strength and conditioning specialist and certified special population specialist with the National Strength and Conditioning Association. So strength and conditioning for people with special conditions, elderly, juveniles, people with disabilities. And I'm also a member of the Knowledge Fellowship, which is an educational streamer collective whose goal is to educate, inspire, and empower others who provide edutainment and educational content. There's always someone in that group streaming something that is enriching and informative rather than, you know, all the slop that's out there. So whether it's from pottery to programming, you can always find something that's going to help you learn a little bit in that group.
Woohoo.
A little bit more about me and what I do. I give health and wellness lessons in my streams. That's the bulk of my content, whether it is suicide prevention, how to give blood and plasma, or physical health issues like cannabis and alcohol, or mental health topics like gambling in gaming. Even though I do, yes, play Honkai Star Rail, and I do a little gacha gambling myself. But we also talk about things like how to improve your memory, and topics like this right here, physical activity and mental health. On the screen, you see my little ferrets. They are the co-stars of my channel. Ori, on the screen right now, is a little bit ill, so I'm going to bring her into the vet tomorrow, and hopefully it's nothing, but ferrets are susceptible to metabolic issues, so hopefully she's okay. But the other part of my content is variety gaming. I stream games like Persona 5, which is the first Persona game I've ever played, and let me tell you, it does not give you a good impression of teachers. Sorry about that, everyone.
Yeah.
As a PE teacher myself, I gotta tell you, the very first part of that game was distressing for me.
Yeah, not great.
Not a great impression, no. And things only get worse. But yes, I also play Honkai Star Rail. There's my waifu on the screen right there, Natasha.
Oh,
And games like Silk Song. And there's Ori doing her little exercise with the resistance fans. But before we even begin, I want you to do one thing with me, and it's only going to take 1 minute. And that is we're going to do 1 minute of breathing, because life starts with a breath. I want you to sit up straight. No shrimping.
Oh, no shrimping.
I don't want you to unclench your jaw or whatever else you have clenched and roll your shoulders a little bit. And then I want you to take one hand or paw or claw or talon or tentacle or hoof or whatever it is that you have on the end of your limbs and put it over your chest, right over your heart. And then take another hand or paw or claw or talon or tentacle or tail or whatever it is that you have on the end of some other limb and put it over your abdomen so that you can feel that rise and fall. Because we're going to pull the air down deep from our diaphragm. We're going to breathe in through our nose for 4 seconds. We're going to hold it gently for 5 seconds, and we're going to exhale slowly for 6 seconds. And the little pink ball on the GIF, because it's GIF, not GIF, is going to help us keep time. So get yourself ready, and when it gets to the top, I'm going to count it out. Follow along. Do this with me. Just 1 minute. Ready? And breathe in. 2, 3, 4, and hold it gently. Feel your heartbeat. And exhale slowly all the way out. Don't leave any stale air in your lungs. Back around. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, and hold it. Just relax and hold. And breathe out. all the way. Back around one more. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4, and hold it. And breathe out all the way out. No stale air left in your lungs, and that's it. That's all it took was 3 deep breaths, and that's just under a minute. But just to take 1 minute out of your day to take a couple of deep breaths can lower your heart rate, can reduce your blood pressure, can reduce feelings of anxiety and panic. We breathe very rapid and very shallow in the modern world because of our high stress lifestyles, high paced life. And that fast, shallow breathing leaves us more physiologically susceptible to stress and anxiety. And that particular exercise, the 4-5-6 or 5-7-8, whatever numbers specifically work for you, is a really good one for helping you get relaxed right before something that's really stressful, like a test or an interview. So thanks for following along with that.
Thank you.
But now let's get to the bulk of what we're going to talk about. We're going to be talking about physical activity as mental health support, moving your mind, just like all of these wonderful characters here. I know Deltarune is not necessarily JRPG, but they're honorary. First, though, I want you to understand that this is not a cure, and I'm not your doctor. Not only am I not a medical doctor, I'm not your specific doctor because your issues and your concerns are unique to you. But physical activity and movement is not a cure, nor is it a moral issue. Inactivity is not a character flaw. Physical activity is not a replacement for medication, therapy, or crisis help. It's a tool. It's one more tool in the toolbox for us to help. And your safety is your number one priority. So make sure that if you have access to healthcare, you're getting your doctor's guidance for any specific health conditions you have or any contraindications that your medications may have for physical activity. But of course, your brain lives in your body. Your brain and your mental health are a physical aspect as well. Many mental health challenges are related to your physical brain health. However, this is simplistic. You've probably heard the concept of chemical imbalance, right? That is a potentially harmful trope because people start to think of that as just something that they can fix with a alteration of the chemicals with medication. And medication is important and one of those important tools. But the idea that everything can be solved by a change of chemicals is not correct. The consensus has changed significantly. But your symptoms and causes can still be helped by physical activity. Unfortunately, pharma marketing has swung the pendulum back the other way, and backlash against this has made people think that, well, we're over-medicated, and now people are against taking medication. This has also been a problem. But it is generally considered now a myth that serotonin is the most important factor, or that depression is just caused by low serotonin levels. Like I said, this is just a overly simplistic way of looking at things. Plasticity matters, and so does having a holistic approach. The brain is a complex organ. Why does this all matter? Well, it's because the World Health Organization indicates that over 30% of people aren't meeting the recommended physical activity levels. And the NCHS indicates that over 47% of people don't meet at least the aerobic levels of activity. NAMI itself tells us that 1 in 5 people experience mental illness. That's a public health crisis. 20% of people are experiencing some kind of mental health problem. So we want to use every tool in our toolbox. According to the World Health Organization, again, inactivity leads to a 20 to 30% increase in mortality rate, which leads to the CDC saying that over 8% of all deaths are attributable to low levels of activity. In a planet of billions of people, we have to remember that this is an enormous amount of human beings. These are not just numbers. Physical activity isn't just squats. What the recommendations actually are, so that we have a baseline for what we want to do, is 150 minutes a week of moderate aerobic activity. And that just means just over 20 minutes a day. It doesn't seem like much, along with 2 days a week of doing some kind of strengthening exercise. Now, as I start getting into the details of this, make sure to ask as many questions as you like. We have a time for questions at the end, and I'll be addressing some of the very thoughtful questions that you've left in the form. But you don't have to interrupt me, just like in my regular class. You can just ask your question, and I'll find a good time to pause and answer it. So you don't need to worry about interrupting me. I'm a teacher. I'm used to it. You don't have to raise your hand. The British Medical Journal says that physical activity is effective in improving depression and anxiety. So that ties directly to that previous slide. We're getting too little activity, and physical activity does work. It is effective. According to The Lancet, physically active people have a 43% lower mental health burden. But the goal here isn't to become a super athlete. It's not to become like Cloud. It's not to become like Barrett. You don't need to become jacked or sleek. You're not trying to get as big as Ganondorf or as lean as Link. I mean, if that's what you want, great, go for that. The goal is to be healthy physically and mentally. Because I go back to that World Health Organization quote that's on my banner. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. To be healthy doesn't just mean that you aren't sick. It's that you are physically, mentally, and socially well. Some of the consequences of being inactive, well, it can worsen almost every aspect of your physical and mental well-being. Reduces your quality and quantity of sleep, lowers your energy levels, leaves you more susceptible to anxiety, lowers your stress tolerance, and can lead to chronic pain. Maybe more insidiously, though, it can increase your isolation, lower your confidence, and increase hopelessness. There is a difference, however, between inactivity and being sedentary. You've probably heard that second word a lot. Being inactive is not getting enough movement, and being sedentary is having extended periods where you're inactive. So you might get enough physical activity in your day. You might be getting that recommended amount, but you're very sedentary throughout the rest of the day. So if you are getting a good amount of physical activity, but you're spending the rest of the day sitting in your desk, hunched over like a shrimp, playing video games, well, you can still be giving yourself some potential risks. So keep that in mind as well. It's not just about increasing your total amount of physical activity. It's about not being too inactive all the time, which is why streamers like myself and Rita probably have breaks within them that we tell you, get up, move around, stretch out, go get a drink of water, use the restroom, that kind of thing. Try not to be sitting or motionless for too long at a time. And if you do use the restroom, please wash your hands. 1 in 3 people don't wash their hands. Don't be that person. However, we get in this negative feedback loop, right? When we're experiencing mental health challenges and we're not getting enough activity, these two things feed into each other very strongly. When we experience depression, it leads to physical fatigue. It is a physical symptom. Reduces our quality of sleep. We end up with lower motivation, more sensitive to pain, and you can see why that would make it harder to get physical activity. Anxiety can make us feel like public spaces are unsafe to be in. If you experience panic, you know that breathlessness and elevated heart rate that you might get through physical activity can feel like the cues of panic. And if you have ADHD, like Rita and myself, it can be hard to plan and be consistent with your physical activity, right? So inactivity, like we said at the start, is not a moral failing. It is often an adaptation to distress. We end up physically inactive because some of these symptoms and problems have made it more likely that we want to be inactive. This negative feedback loop, though, is very powerful and can make things so much worse for us. So how do we break out of it? How does activity help us? Well, don't sweat these details too much. This is some background for those of you who have an interest in some of the physiology of it. But activity helps increase the circulating endocannabinoids, which you've probably heard a lot about, but I don't mean the cannabinoids that are available now at your convenience store. I mean the ones that come from within us. They're linked to our mood and stress systems and to our body's reward system. Physical activity reduces inflammation, reduces our stress hormones. And if you've heard of things like exposure therapy, where people who have a phobia are gently exposed to that to help them get over it. If you have trouble with body sensation due to a mental health issue, physical activity can be a controlled stressor, a way to controlled adaptation to greater and greater physical activity. Because your brain is a complex organ, like we said, and physical activity can increase and support neuroplasticity in some of the most important brain areas related to it, like the hippocampus, where emotions are partially processed. But does just one bout of physical activity help? Does it help to just do it once, or do you have to do it all the time? Well, you should try to do it all the time, but even one single bout of physical activity can be helpful. Short-term boosts from physical activity can reduce your anxiety, can reduce muscle tension, can give your mood a boost, can help clear up your thinking, and it can help give you a sense of control. And that leads me to two very, very important concepts that I want to touch on: self-mastery and self-efficacy. Self-mastery is the belief that you are in control and you can guide your own actions, you can tolerate and overcome challenges, that you have direct influence over your own life through your choices and effort. And self-efficacy is the belief that you can accomplish specific things, like I can take this walk today, I can finish this presentation today, I can try again tomorrow. So self-efficacy is these short-term reminders to yourself, I can do this and I did this, which leads to self-mastery. Of course, over the long term, you start to build that self-mastery, and it can improve your stress recovery, reduce your inflammation, help the blood flow in your brain, increase your confidence, give you greater energy, and as we talked about, of course, lower your mortality rate, can help your insulin sensitivity. But man, most importantly, giving you that sense of self-mastery, that you are in control, that even if you can't control every part of your life, and no one can, there are things that are always within your control. So what counts as physical activity? We know that it's important now. We know that a lot of people with mental health problems struggle with getting enough physical activity. So what counts? Well, if you're moving, it counts. Whether it's just walking, cleaning, yard work, gardening, as you see here, sports, exergaming, martial arts, if you're moving around, it's physical activity. You don't need to limit yourself to what people consider to be exercise or going to the gym. Anything that gets you up and moving around is going to work. Things might work better for you, but as long as it's getting you up and moving, it's a good thing. In fact, gardening is one that I like to touch on specifically because it gets you outside and gets you touching grass. It gets you touching dirt, gets you out in the sun. And there are many, many studies now that show that gardening has not only the physical health activity benefits, but it also has mental health activity benefits on its own, improving measures of mental well-being, quality of life, and other health status. So we'll throw it to you for a moment. What do you like to do out there? What are your favorite physical activities? Considering that you can think out of the box and you don't just have to say stuff that is in the gym.
Yeah. Somebody says gardening is nice. I like the idea of gardening, but not as someone who doesn't have access to like a little garden or my own little plot of land. I find that getting like volunteer opportunities to do like park cleanups and things like that are a nice way to do so. If you don't have like your own little garden, you can help take care of a public garden. Yeah,
absolutely. There are plenty of community places available that either have volunteer opportunities or in some cases are part of mutual aid groups where they'll be doing gardening to raise food to give to pantries, which means that you're not only getting the chance to go out and garden and touch grass and touch dirt, you're getting that fantastic mental health boost of knowing that you're doing something to help other people.
I like to dance. I'm like a huge J-pop, K-pop fan, so I like to pull up those like K-pop dance workout routines, and they make a little like Zumba version of different K-pop dances.
One of the ones that I have on there is Tai Chi, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more later, but I think that's a really fantastic way to get up and moving in a calm and relaxing way.
I actually haven't gotten the chance to try some Tai Chi. Maybe I'll see if I can try that.
Well, speaking of getting up and dancing, this is a clip of a couple of PE classes that I taught where I and the other teacher brought in some VR headsets and some Kinects and some Wii Sports type stuff. This is something that counts as physical activity. Now, when I do my cringe lesson later today, I want to emphasize that, yes, you might feel silly or look silly doing this kind of stuff, but that's the point.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think we should be able to write into your lesson for today. if you all are interested.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so get up and move around. These people are having a great time. They were looking at the camera and being like, oh my God, they're filming us. Who cares? Yeah, where was this when you were in school, Mercurian? You know what? It should be there now.
When
Hopefully
I was
it helps people.
When I was in school, we had a dance unit, and everyone was like, oh, this is so embarrassing. We have to like dance in front of everyone. I was like, no, wait, I can learn my favorite like Vocaloid dances and have like a reason to do it. Like, this is for school. I can do it. I'm not like dilly-dallying. I'm doing my homework. And it was so fun.
Yeah. As Nira says, just have some whimsy.
Exactly.
Let yourself have some whimsy. And that's going to be a key part of the cringe lesson later today. Canceling cringe.
Canceling cringe. It's your life. Why live it according to other people's, idea of fun?
Because, it's only limiting your options. And we don't want to limit our options because there are so many options out there. Walking is simple, repeatable, and low cost, like Rita's doing today.
Woohoo!
Strengthening activities can give you confidence, make you feel more capable. And in fact, all the more important as we get older, our muscular strength is a huge indicator of mortality. Things like yoga can help give you more body awareness as you're moving around. Sports, if you can get into rec sports, I always like to play in the softball leagues when I could. Unfortunately, a lot of those center around, tavern leagues and, going to the bar afterwards. And I'm not a big fan of that, but, getting out and doing some recreational sports, badminton, pickleball. I know people poo-poo pickleball lately because it's a boomer thing, but it's fun. Exergaming, and like I said, any kind of outdoor activity that gets you out in the light and the air and the scenery, because sunlight is going to help you sleep. But if there's so many options, why is it so hard for us to start? Well, it's because of that feedback loop. Depression fatigue is a real serious thing. And that anxiety over being seen, trauma can give us body discomfort, difficulties with planning ahead with ADHD, and maybe even more seriously, medication side effects, chronic pain from disability. Some things do cost money, and some of us don't have space or time. Sometimes those gym spaces can feel unsafe. We might have had bad experiences, and obviously, unfortunately, we still live with a lot of stigma and shame in the modern world. So you need to ask yourself the right question. What would make movement feel more possible for me? So we throw it to you again. What is holding you back? What are the big barriers? What are the challenges that you're facing? Not just what you think other people are, but what's getting in your way?
I feel like for me, the biggest thing is like time, for sure. Like I have to do like, this work and this prep and stuff, and then by the end of the day, I'm like, oh no, I wasn't able to fit in like a 30-minute workout or something. That's my biggest one.
That leads us to another one of, if I can't get the full thing in, should I even bother trying, right? Of course, some people fall into the trap that I need to be able to go to a gym, or that if I don't have access to equipment, that it's not really going to count or be enough. When, there are plenty of things that you can do in the comfort of your own home, on the floor, be it yoga or stretching or Tai Chi or body weight exercises. Oh yes, we see the lack of someone to do things with. That can be very hard as well. I was just watching a VR chat video of a group of furries that were leading a yoga class in their VR chat session.
Oh, that's so fun!
Where would we be technologically without all of those furries in IT?
That's so real, though. That's so real. I love, sorry, tangent. I love how conventions and sometimes they've been doing a lot of panels that are very movement-based. Like I saw one online that was like, oh, Katara's Sunday morning yoga. And then they had like a cosplayer come in who was like trained in that and leading everyone through that. I think that's so fun.
Yeah, as Panama says, sometimes the routine is just not going to work for you. You should be a little bit more loose with yourself. One of the other big things that we need to talk about is the stages of change. And this is a concept in health behavior theory. And this is one of the big reasons why most New Year's resolutions fail, because most of them do. And it's because people are just not ready to make the change that they're thinking about. the new year is sort of an arbitrary point. We just pick this date and we're going to try to do this major change in our lives. But for most people, you're just not ready to make that serious change. You're in the pre-contemplation or contemplation stage. You're maybe thinking about it, maybe you'd like to do it, but you're not really ready to commit to making a change in your life. So if you're thinking about it today, don't just decide, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. Make sure that you're ready. Actually start taking the small steps to prepare before you jump in. Because what happens with a lot of New Year's resolutions is people decide, you know what, I'm going to quit smoking this year, and they don't make any preparations, and then they relapse, and then they feel like they're a failure. And that increases their learned helplessness. It makes them feel like they don't have self-mastery. When it would be a lot easier to go slow, make sure that you're ready, make sure that you're prepared. And as Mark Urian says, the key to victory is preparation. Proper prior planning prevents poor performance, or however that saying goes.
P.
Yes, that one. So think about where you are. Are you ready? Have you been thinking about this? You know, I'd love to make this change. I see all those great benefits. I'd like to have that. I'd like to feel better and have more energy and sleep better and all of those great things. Am I ready to make that change? Because when you ask yourself that question, it makes you think it through. Then you realize, you know what? Yeah, I want this. I want this. So many times in health behavior change, you'll see someone come into a clinic or to counseling, and they'll say, you know what? I've been a smoker for 30 years, but my daughter is going to get married soon. I want to be able to walk her down the aisle. And then you realize it took something important. It took something really big for them to realize, wow, I need to make a change. You don't want to get to that point. So you should be asking yourself these questions. What do I want? Is this something that I really want for myself? Because you have to do it for you. So let's build a plan. I know that you want to do this. I know that you want to increase your physical activity. So let's build a plan. And what I mean by that is building a plan for different days. Because when we're talking about incorporating physical activity into our lives, when we're dealing with mental health issues, we have different needs and different barriers than the rest of the population. We're going to have good days and bad days. So we want to have a plan for the green days, which is not related to the band. Nothing wrong with that, though. You want to have a plan for your green days when you're feeling just fine. The day in which you're going to get your full exercise in, your full walk, your full class that you go to, your martial arts class or your yoga class. You know, you're going to go to your rec pickleball league sport event. And that's great. But maybe there's a day where you just don't have the time. You just don't have the full energy. So you want to be able to carve that down into a smaller bite with a yellow day. And I don't know if that's a band. Isn't it yellow card? Yeah, it's yellow card. Maybe we'll call it yellow card. Where you take a smaller bite. Maybe you do half of that exercise. Maybe you do half of that workout. Maybe if you are doing a dance routine, you only dance to 1 or 2 songs. Maybe you just take a quicker walk. But I also want you to have a plan for those red days. For when you just can barely get out of bed. That day in which it would be really great if you could just at least get out on the floor and stretch out a little bit. Maybe just go outside, take a walk to the mailbox and get the mail. Because this is an important part of continuing to build your self-efficacy into self-mastery. Knowing that even when things are rough, even when you're having a bad day, you know what? I can still do this. Hey, you know what? I felt like I didn't even want to get out of bed, but I went to the mailbox, I walked a little bit, I was outside, and you know what? Then I stretched out a little bit. That leads you down to that self-mastery. Continuing to realize, you know what? I have some control. I can't control everything, but I can do little things. And again, we talk about you, your specific challenges, your specific goals, your specific interests. What would a green day look like for you versus a red day? What's a green day for Rita? When you have your full energy, what kind of workout would you want to commit to?
Oh gosh. I feel like I would go to my community gym and I would work out for 20, 30, maybe do some strength training.
Yes.
But yeah, if it's a yellow day, I feel like, if I have a lot to do or maybe I just feel overwhelmed,
maybe I'll just take out the walking pad and I'll walk for a few minutes while I'm doing like a reading or something. But red day, just like some yoga on the floor, like stretches on the floor for a few minutes, for sure.
And that's a fantastic option, because stretching is a great thing you can do right before bed, because not only is it some physical activity, it will get your blood flowing and help you sleep. So yeah, think about your red day, at least out there, class. What's your minimum viable movement? Minimum viable movement. What's the least that you would be able to do during that day to at least say, you know what, hey, I moved around. I got this done.
I really like this idea, because I feel like a lot of times I feel like I have to do it in the way that I'm thinking of it, like the 20 or 30 minute workout, or I don't do it at all. But this is nice.
Yeah. And then one of the questions later on that we'll get to is someone was asking about journaling. This is a great opportunity where if you are struggling to get to those green days and you have a couple of those red days in a row, you know what? That's a time to maybe go to the journal and start writing down, why was that? Why was I feeling like I didn't have the energy today? Because journaling can help you recognize patterns. Maybe there's something specific that's getting in the way recently. And that way you can address that problem first. Is there any movement-based merit in lying down on the floor? Mercury. Well, that is the corpse pose. It's one of the yoga poses. That's what you end up doing, is lying down on the floor when you have red days. Yeah, Mercury, that sometimes it feels like that. And if you are just laying on the floor, there are yoga movements that you can do that are just sort of holding poses, and that's perfectly fine too. Because even if you're not moving, it can help with your body awareness. Go ahead.
Oh, one thing that I've done before is I'll like focus on breathing, and then also like noticing tension in my body and like being able to recognize where that is, and then like move through different parts of my body and just like tense up and release that tension, and just like, I don't know, what you mentioned about body awareness made me think of that. Yeah,
absolutely. Sometimes we're so tense or so wrapped up in things, we're not really paying attention to the signals our body is giving us. And sometimes, maybe we're getting on the edge of burnout and we're just not paying attention to the signals that we're getting. And all of this works even better when you're stacking it with other supports, when you're supporting it with other changes, when you're working on your sleep hygiene, which is a great question we'll get to in just a moment. Hydrating properly, which you're all helping Rita do today.
Woohoo!
Getting out in the sunlight and getting fresh air. Social support, which is one of the strongest indicators for resiliency. Having routines that work for you, and getting adequate rest, like Rita's going to be doing with her hiatus this month.
Yeah!
So get out there and touch that grass.
Woo!
Out there in the background. The beautiful anime version of the Windows XP wallpaper. Don't neglect all of these other tools too. So our challenge to you today is choosing to move, picking one activity in one place for one small amount of time that you know that you can do, that is at least a minimum viable movement for yourself. Something that's going to get you moving at least a little bit, get your blood flowing, and give you that sense of self-efficacy that I can always at least choose to do this, because that is going to keep moving you towards self-mastery. The idea that you have the capability to make changes and influence your own life. Remember though, that help is available in crisis. You can't always do this alone. Just make sure to remember that the NAMI Helpline is available at 800-920-6264. You can just text 62640 to NAMI. However, we had a whole lot of fantastic, thoughtful questions that the viewers left us in the form, and so I want to make sure that I have the time to ask or to answer those questions that you asked. And the first question that we had, and you can continue asking questions, go ahead, doesn't matter. I will get to them. Trust me. The first question we had was, what are the hardest mental health topics for people to accept or adopt into their lives? And I say that the biggest hurdle that I find when talking mental health with people is the belief that there's one particular practice or one system or one method that can fix things. Whether it's CBT or other therapies, which are fantastic, whether it's manifesting or journaling or taking up hobbies or a new diet or whatever it is, there's this persistent belief that if you just find the right method, it's all going to click. The truth is that it's small, everyday choices. That choice to move around that day, to do a breathing exercise, writing down a little bit about what happened if something bothered you, or just to talk to someone, send them a message instead of waiting for someone else to include you. Those are the kinds of things that are really going to make or break you. It's important to find the therapies and such that work for you, but there isn't any one system or method that's going to fix all those problems. The next question that came in was, what exercises or regular practices that are recommended to help people more easily turn those practices into habits? Well, when it comes to turning practices into habits, the key is to see that the habits themselves are also just one step along the way. The real end state is to make yourself a person that does the thing. You want to go from walking a little bit now and then to finding ways to incorporate walking into your daily activities to becoming a walker. You're not just occasionally going out for a walk. You're a walker. You're a person who walks. You're a runner. You're a person who runs. You're a lifter. You're a person who goes out and lifts. You're a softball player. You're a person who goes and plays softball with your local tavern league or however it is.
You're just class changing. Yeah, you're class changing. You're a walker now.
Yeah. You're specking into the walker category. That's right. You go from it just being an activity that you do sometimes to being something that's a part of your identity. You want to make sure that you're developing that mindset. Finding ways to incorporate whatever activity it is that you do into your other activities, making it something that helps you accomplish all those other things. If you are trying to become a walker, maybe there are some chores that you can do, walking to the local stores, or, again, that depends on your situation, but look for ways to incorporate it into your daily life.
I feel like this reminds me, this whole concept of, changing your mentality, making yourself into a person who does this. It reminds me of something I do a lot to motivate myself. I kind of turn it into a game almost. I'm we talked about earlier, someone that you want to become, maybe if you want to be more like Link, you can be more like Link. And I think about I think Zelda's so cool because she's smart, but also very princessy and all that stuff. So I'm I'm a scholar princess, and I gotta not only study, but I also gotta keep up my health so I can rule this kingdom of mine. And it just makes it fun.
Yeah. And isn't she an archer too?
Yeah. There you go.
I bet you could find some archery classes around if people were interested in doing that.
Yeah. And
That's
I will be her. I'll be the moment.
Yeah. That's a great one. It's being incorporated more into physical activity in PE classes because it's good for concentration too.
Wow, that's so cool. Oh, I think I did archery for a unit in school too, but it was only for a little bit. Maybe I'll look into doing that more.
Yeah, one of the great reasons that they try to have a whole lot of different units like that is to expose these kids to different activities, to let them know there's not just one way to stay fit. If you are interested in these kinds of games, there's leagues for that. I did a unit on bocce.
Oh, fun!
Not many people know about bocce, but it can be fun, and it's something you can do as a lifelong activity. It's not just, football, baseball, basketball, activities that you can do lifetime. Swimming, for example.
I used to be so afraid of heights as a kid, but then we had a rock climbing unit, and that totally changed it around for me.
Pawnima, you wanted to go in magic classes? Well, right now, the magic is technomancy. So you kind of have to do technomancy if you want to do magic in the modern world.
That sounds pretty
cool.
cool.
It's all technomancy. I mean, if we phrase it like that, it's a lot more interesting.
Oh, gosh. Ooh, blacksmithing. That's cool.
Yeah. That is physically demanding. And then someone asked, what are the best free resources for general mental health needs? Well, the best free resource is your body, and the second is social activity. For those who can't afford or don't have access to regular mental health services that are paid for, the best free resource is your body. And what I mean by that is it can be a minefield looking for quote unquote mental health resources on the internet or in books. But what stands the test of time is that social support and behavioral factors like sleep, nutrition, smoking, and so on are astonishingly massive determinants of mental health. Not everything can be altered. We can't change our DNA. We can't change our genetic predispositions. We can't change past trauma or cure most mental health conditions. But having social support and doing social activities can make or break the outcomes. Those friends and those hobbies that involve other people can make all the difference. A little bit of social support, a little bit of being able to talk about the issues you face with other people is the best free resource. The other great free resource then is your body, getting physical activity. And I know that that's a question that people will have often, and they're looking for a different answer, I think. They're looking for, what's the best website? What's the best ebook? What's the best video to watch? That doesn't really exist because, as we mentioned earlier, every person is unique, and your specific issues, your specific conditions are all going to be unique to you. But what helps almost everyone is having social support, being in groups with other people, being a part of communities. For example, this one.
Yeah.
And next, what was the biggest sociographic shift since COVID, for better or worse? Well, I had a very serious bout with COVID. In the first month of its appearance in my country, I had a very serious case of it, and I ended up having blood clots, one of which went to my brain. And I suffered a cerebellar embolism and spent several months in the hospital, right in the middle of my master's program. So big shout out to the Disability Resource Center at the university that helped me get caught up. But I certainly experienced some of those for worse shifts. But I would say that the society-wide issue is that there has been a major increase in isolation, atomization, and cynicism. The social response to COVID didn't just leave us with greater isolation, keeping us apart from each other. It increased cynicism and a sense that people don't care, that the people in charge don't care. So a lot of people feel more cynical about the world around them today. This has obviously been compounded by more economic problems. We're becoming more atomized than ever, even though we're connected 24/7. We're not connecting with other people in enough meaningful, real ways. People look at social connections, their shared interests, fandoms, people who are passionate and sincere about things, and they're ridiculed for that earnestness, right? It's a part of that cringe that we're talking about. People are afraid to be themselves. And I would say that cynicism is a major shift in society, which is something that we need to try to do our best to help other people overcome. Be ourselves so that we can help other people see that it's okay.
Yeah.
The next question that came in was, do you have any cardio exercises or activities besides the most common ones like walking and running and biking? And I said I wanted to talk about Tai Chi, and I'll do that right here. This is one of the most intriguing ones for me. I learned just enough about Tai Chi to teach an introductory class in one of the PE courses. But I think it's great because it can be performed by just about anyone, and it can be done at just about any level and still be challenging. Holding those poses and carefully transitioning through the movements is highly adjustable. Not only is it physically active, but it combines this with emphasizing calmness and thoughtful attention. It's easy to start. You can find a billion beginner videos and guides on YouTube. You can watch live streams where you can follow along with the other person, with the person leading the class, with other people around the world. You do go through these soft, calm motions, but holding those poses can be physically demanding. And I think Tai Chi is fascinating in that way because you feel like you're learning something, you're moving around, you're getting the muscular and posture movement as well. And it's great for your proprioception, your body awareness, your sense of self in your space. If you ever suffer from balance issues, activities like Tai Chi are going to be very helpful. It can help you know where you are in space. Deceptively physical, as Mercurian says, very much so. It's like, you do your first Tai Chi class and you think, at the end, that was pretty easy. And then later on that day, you are very sore.
I tried Pilates for a little bit, and I was like, oh, well, you're like laying down and moving your legs like up and down. How hard could that be? I come out of like my first few ones, I'm like, oh my gosh. Woo, crazy.
Yep. because that balance type activity really stresses muscles that you don't often use because we spend a lot of time sitting in chairs, spend a lot of time in bad posture, spend a lot of time shrimping.
Yeah, unfortunately I do.
So all those postural support muscles through the torso, we don't use them enough. We don't use them in the way that they're supposed to be used. So yeah, holding those poses, yeah, and it gets you through all of the different movements. So all of your joints get moved. They all get exercised. Helps keep your joint health well, because you know what? Us as millennials, well, those of us who are millennials here, some of you are, as we get older, this is going to be a big issue because we spent a lot of our lives in sedentary situations. We grew up in the internet age, right? Health experts see that there's going to be a big coming potential crisis of heart health, for example.
Oh gosh.
Because of, poor breathing practice, poor posture, a lot of sedentary behavior, a lot of poor nutrition, eating a lot of processed foods. So if you're not a millennial, if you're younger than that, start taking care of those things now. Trust me. You'll really be grateful.
You're real. Because people keep telling me, exercise, take care of your body while you're still young.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's so hard. Like, I don't know if this is like a time blindness thing, but it's like if it's not an immediate, urgent thing, for me, it's like it's hard for me to think about. So I've been trying to be more mindful about it.
Yeah. That is actually a big, important point, because delayed gratification is a real problem right now in society because people have so little that it's hard to wait for things. They did that study where they gave a marshmallow. They put a marshmallow in front of different kids and they said, if you wait 5 minutes, we'll give you 3 or something like that. Most of the kids from poor backgrounds ate it right away. Most of the kids from richer backgrounds waited. So it's a lot of those poorer kids didn't expect that they would get it because there's this expectation that good things won't happen. There's this expectation that, well, maybe the rules will change because, society has changed the rules on us so much. It's hard to delay our gratification when we don't necessarily see a good future for ourselves. And I think that's one of the other big changes since COVID. People don't have as much hope, and that's something that we need to try to work really hard to help fill society back up with a sense that good things can happen.
Yeah, get hope pilled. Woohoo!
Yeah, get hope pilled.
I feel like that's what JRPGs do for me. I'm like, or these stories and games and anime. Sure, someone will be like, oh, that's cheesy. I'm like, okay, well, the power of friendship works for me. So
Yeah. I love that meme. That's like, I'm gonna defeat the enemy with the power of friendship and this gun I found.
But you still have that aspect of the power of friendship. So
Yeah, the power of friendship was still important because otherwise, you might misuse it. But It's like in the JRPG sense, it's like, I found the Excalibur or whatever named sword it is that's going to defeat the evil Cromlore or whatever. Yes, patience can't really occur without trust, First Mercurian. That's exactly right. You have to trust that patience is going to be rewarded. And trust me, if you want to be rewarded later, wear sunscreen.
Oh,
That's
you're
another
so
big
real
one.
for that. Thank you for the
Wear sunscreen
reminder.
and
I need that. I have my electrolytes.
You're going to feel so much better, and you're going to look great, too. Trust me.
Woohoo.
This is why we all, you look back at Cheers or whatever from shows from the 80s, and you look at those characters and like, wow, those people look like they're 40, 50, 60 years old, and they're like 28.
Sunscreen.
Because they didn't drink water, because they didn't wear sunscreen. They drank too much. Wear your sunscreen and move around. Anyway, the next question was, have you tried or do you recommend journaling for purposes like mental health or dream journaling? Yes, I think that journaling can be helpful for anyone who finds themselves not addressing the elephants in the room.
Yep.
Like I touched on earlier, it is especially useful for noticing patterns in your behavior. If you find yourself skipping your physical activities more than once in a row, if it's just once, it's, maybe you just didn't have time. Sometimes it's just a busy day, whatever. If it's happening a couple times in a row, if you're journaling, you're noticing that. I didn't really do my physical activity today because I was really worn out after work. And then it happens again. And then it happens a third time. And then you're like, okay, what's happening at work? Why am I coming home from work so tired? Am I not getting enough sleep? Is it something stressful at work? Maybe I'm being bothered by something that's happening at work. You can't really address the problems in your life unless you know what they are. So journaling can be immensely helpful for helping you notice the patterns in your own behavior.
And if, for me, I remember there was a time where I kind of got stuck with journaling because I had this idea in my head that it has to be like bullet journal, like pretty. I have to make a whole page look nice every day. For me nowadays, it's just like a few sentences before bed, or maybe something in the morning when I wake up. Like, what's my goal for the day? If that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, yeah. And thank you, Podima. I appreciate that. Yes, people do see me because I interview other educational streamers sometimes for the Knowledge Fellowship, so they see me. But yes, journaling can be enormously helpful. It makes you name the problem. It makes you give a name to it and address it personally. But the next question maybe is the one I think that you can get the most concrete benefit from, for me answering that. And that is, do I have advice for more and better sleep? For sleeping like a ferret who sleep 16 to 18 hours a day.
What?
My question, oh yeah. Oh, wow. They sleep a lot. They're super hyperactive when they're awake, but they'll sleep 16 hours a day, which is fine because then they're asleep when you're asleep, and then they're also asleep when you're at work. So it works out. Which, hey, I wish. It's like that Miyazaki quote where he looks at his cat and says, I wish I was a cat, or something like that. You don't have a schedule. But you better believe that I've got advice for better sleep, because I made this 2 minutes short, and I hope that you can hear it. If not, let me know. But I wanted to put this into just 2 minutes, because if that's all you've got, you can fix your sleep in 2 minutes. Obviously, that's a generalization. These are just the most common issues that most people have. If you've experienced difficulty with your sleep over the course of several weeks, this is something that you should be consulting with your physician about, but hopefully you can get this. Stop scrolling. Fix your sleep. I know you're not getting enough sleep or enough good sleep, especially if you're a content creator. Sleep affects literally every aspect of your physical and mental health and well-being. In the short term, it slashes your memory, cognition, and leads to poor judgment. In the long term, it leads to anxiety, depression, diabetes, heart attack, and all-cause mortality risk. It's a public health crisis. We could spend hours talking about why and how sleep works, and we have, but let's cut to the chase and the steps that you can take right now to improve your sleep that we went over in our recent sleep health lesson. Number 1, be consistent. Set a schedule right now. Block off the time that you are going to set aside each day for sleep. Train your body and brain that this is the time for sleep. Number 2, create a ritual. Your pre-sleep ritual is 20 to 30 minutes of transitioning yourself to sleep mode. Wash your face, brush your teeth, brush your hair. Take a few minutes to stretch out, a few minutes to read quietly, or jot down your final thoughts for the evening in a journal. Cue your body and brain to know that this is the time to get ready for sleep. Number 3, create a sleep space. Declutter. Commit to using your bed and the surrounding area just for sleep. It's not a dining area, an office, or an arcade. Keep your sheets, pillows, and blankets clean. Keep it a dark, cool, comfortable place. Train your body and brain that this is the place for sleep. Number 4, decide how each day you're going to get some movement. Getting 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day, you're 55% less likely to experience insomnia, especially if you can get outdoors and get some natural sunlight during that time. And lastly, you knew this was coming. Put the phone away. Put the phone away. Put the phone away. Set aside your devices for that half-hour ritual and don't pick it back up again until it's time to wake up. Not only does device use inhibit natural melatonin, dysregulating hormones and interfering with your sleep cycle, but the content itself is keeping your brain agitated, aroused, and anxious during the most critical stage of the transition to sleep. So turn it off. Use something else as an alarm or turn off its connection, but however you do it, don't use your phone if possible for at least 30 minutes before bed. Your sleep cycle, its quality, can make or break your mood, health, and performance in work, school, and life. And it can be the difference between streamer burnout and making it through. So take it seriously. You deserve it.
Real.
Yeah, you get the feeling? You get the feeling I want you to put the phone away? Yeah, I do.
Gosh, no, I went when that happened because that's definitely something I struggle with too. I started swapping out my phone for a book at night.
Ah.
Yeah, I watched Project Hail Mary like a few weeks ago. I loved it, and so I got the book recently, and I've just been going at it a little bit before bed.
Yeah, yes, your nightmare rectangle, Mercurian, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working on writing a novel, so I just try to write a little bit before bed, and that helps.
Is that like a secret? Like, can we know what it's about? Or?
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's a little bit His Dark Materials, a little bit supernatural, kind of a modern fantasy. I've got about 130,000 words, so it's about 450 pages already just in the first book I'm working on.
Wow.
So we're probably almost done with the first book. But yeah, it's starting to stretch out there because it's a lot of mythology.
I think it's so. I think it'd be so cool to just have a collection of books that like VTubers have written. More
Yeah.
VTubers should write books. I want to read them.
Yeah,
Wow, that's so cool. Well, let me know when that's ready. I'll buy a copy.
I absolutely will. Yeah. So the next question is a very serious one. So I want to get serious for a moment. And Rita has put at the start, that there are some topics that can be hard and challenging to talk about. And this is one of them, but it's important. And is there any particular thing you're most proud of to teach that most people didn't know? And this relates to the first time that I worked with Rita, actually. And it was when I talked about mental health first aid. And it is the number one most important thing I've taught people is that when you're worried about someone harming themselves, you have to ask the question. You have to ask it to them directly. The best research and practices that are put out there by counselors, therapists, psychologists is to say the words. And these are hard words. Are you thinking about suicide? Are you thinking about hurting yourself? So many people think that you shouldn't ask this. They believe that it puts the idea into a person's head, but that just isn't true. If someone isn't thinking about it, that doesn't happen. But if they are, that question can be the only thing they needed to hear to finally talk to someone about it. And you might be the only person who has the opportunity to ask it before they make a decision. You might be the person who asks that right question at the right time. You might be the only person who thinks to ask it. So that's the most important thing I've taught so far in any of my health classes over the last 2.5 years or so of streaming and all the health lessons I've given. That is the most important one. There have been things that have been helpful that I know have directly helped people. When I gave a winter safety lesson and I reminded people to check their vents and such for fire hazards.
Real.
Someone showed me afterwards, hey, I checked my dryer vent and there were
Ooh, yeah.
scorch marks on the back because it was getting so hot that it was already starting to scorch. And who knows, if they hadn't checked that, I mean, it might have started a fire, and house fires are a huge problem.
Yeah, like
So
the
I
dryer
know that some of the
lint.
lessons I've given have helped people. This is the most important one.
It's great that you point this out because I think a lot of people are scared to say, and even me too sometimes, like a lot of people are scared to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, that we don't do anything, So it's great that you point this out.
Yeah, that's if you want to get mental health first aid certified, there are courses that you can do that as a layperson, as a person who isn't, a therapist or a doctor. You can get training on how to help, not just with that issue, but how to help people who you see who are having a panic attack. That's a very common problem. And, what do you do? If you see that happening, it can feel very helpless. But there are steps that you can take to help people with who are having a variety of mental health crises. So definitely, you can look that up. MHFA, Mental Health First Aid. Look into getting certified. Because there are ways that you can help, just like we're helping NAMI right now. Rita being an ambassador for it. I would love to do that myself. It's something that I should look into as well.
Yeah. I think there's definitely a healthy balance between like doing your best to stay informed and do more good than harm. But then also being forgiving to yourself and understanding that you are also just a human. And we all, have our limits or make mistakes, or maybe we don't know what the 100% correct thing to do is all the time. So I think there's balance in that.
Yep. And it's important to know what your proper limits are.
Yeah.
Like we should have boundaries, right? There are things that we're not the expert in. I can't tell people, what to do in certain situations. And I always make those boundaries very clear. The next question, though, is a great one that I always like to talk about. And that is, they said many of the archangels are in gaming. Are there any games that do a good job on a mental health topic? And I have to say that the best game that I've ever played that involves a mental health subject is Gris, Gris. It has no words. There is no dialogue. It is simply so breathtakingly beautiful in visuals and sound and music. And it takes you through, with just those, without a single word, the stages of grief. And it is astonishing to me how moving it is and how much it made me think about my own past grief and losses and learning to process it. And I am not ashamed to say, and some of my own students here will attest, that when I finished it, I openly wept on stream. I had to step away. I went into the kitchen and I just sat on the floor, leaning against the cupboards, and I just cried for about 5 minutes before I could compose myself enough to come back and and talk about the ending with the class, because it was just so moving and beautiful. And it is, as Pawnima says, it's pure art. When people ask, can video games be art? The answer is they absolutely can.
Oh, absolutely. For sure. This was actually a game I didn't experience on stream. This was a game that I got to play because my friend, my roommate Moss, has this game and was like, you should play this. And so I got to play it. And it was just a nice way for us to bond and become better friends too, just talking about it as well.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, folks. And I guess the other games I like are Night in the Woods. I think that does a great job with Mae Borowski's dissociation issues and her, I would say, depression and trauma. So there are some great games out there that talk about some very serious topics and are a great accessible way to help people process emotions.
Absolutely. I feel like it's similar with other forms of art like music as well. It's just it's a nice vehicle for being able to access difficult thoughts and feelings and emotions that you maybe don't want to think about yourself, but experiencing them through a game or a story or a movie even, it makes it easier to process, I feel.
Celeste is another one I'm seeing people say, yeah, by all means, put your favorites in the chat as well. I would love to play some if I haven't. Celeste, I think people know, is a pretty amazing game for exploring issues of anxiety, for example.
One that I've done on this channel is Until Then. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The people who made Gris did make a new game called Neva, N-E-V-A, something that is potentially interesting to people to check out, for sure. Also very fun. Beautiful, of course. And what was the other question? Oh, yes. Hardest lesson I learned on my own when teaching others. I would say that the other half of the question there is so that other people don't have to experience it the hard way. My suggestion is to watch what other people are doing and copy it. That's it.
Oh, real.
So many people try to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to. When it comes to teaching, they're trying to do their own thing and do things differently and come up with new ways of doing things. And finding new ways to do things and being creative is great, but it leaves you creatively burned out, trying to do something new all the time. You can just watch another teacher or really anyone doing the things you want to do and use that. Yeah, there's a line between learning from someone and just copying their work, but you'll know where that is. The point is to just start. It's like when you take your first martial arts class, you're just standing in front of the sensei following the movements. You have to get that muscle memory first before you can start making things more fully your own. You know, when you start drawing, you're just copying guides at first, and that's okay. It's okay to just follow along and copy other people first. You obviously have to grow and expand at some point. But if you see something that works, it's okay to just start mimicking that, to get the progress, to get the growth on your own. You know, when you're playing music, you're just playing other people's songs first. Jazz musicians feel like when you're listening to it, that like they're breaking all the rules. They are, but they learned the rules first to know how to break them in a way that's good and new and creative. So yeah, I've seen people sort of copy my slide sort of progression, and I'm like, great, take that, like do it. We're all doing our own thing. If this, slide format works for you, do it. I just feel like people just need to start. You need to start first and make it perfect later. So someone asked what my biggest hope is that people take away from this lesson. What's the biggest thing I hope people take away from this lesson? The most important thing you take away isn't anything specific. It's not any particular detail about how physical activity helps or what perfect physical activity is for you. The biggest takeaway is that you can make changes for the better for yourself and others.
Real.
You have the power to make changes. I know for myself and many of you, we may not always love ourselves enough to keep at something, but you can influence the people around you. We can often find motivation in knowing that what we do affects the people we care about. You can be an example that helps other people make positive changes when they see you still trying. It can be hard to love ourselves And sometimes it's easier to love our friends. So if you are struggling with some motivation with doing things to help yourself, think about those people that are cheering for you and that might make positive changes in their lives because of what they see you doing. They see your courage and it gives them courage.
Real. I'll drink my water to that, for sure.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. Someone asked about signs that gaming is helping you recharge versus just helping you avoid problems. Well, in our gambling and gaming lesson, this came up. An important line between those two is when you start chasing. When you start chasing losses, which is just like how it is in gambling. If you find yourself unable to stop playing for the night because you need to end on a win in Fortnite or Overwatch or whatever, that's a sign to me. No video game should make you feel like a loss is an actual loss. The whole point of video games is that they're a safe, consequence-free way to try and to fail. Sure, if you're a professional and you're competing in tournaments and making money and it's your job, that's a very different animal, that's work. But that's not most people. Losing shouldn't feel like you've lost something. Is your gaming connecting you with others? Is it helping you connect with your feelings? Is it helping you to feel joy? Or does it feel like a chore? Like I have to win. I need to end on a win. That's one of the biggest signs is when you find yourself chasing.
Yeah.
Related to video games is how do you balance gaming, work, school, and other responsibilities? Well, it's important to remember that video games are and should be games. They're a sometimes food. They're something to do for fun when you have downtime. If you have a responsibility, whether it's to yourself or to someone else, that's not video game time. We have downtime when we've done the things for ourselves that we should. Because all that stuff, school, work, healthy activity, those are the things that you owe yourself. Or in the case of work, the things that we have to do because the robots are writing books and drawing instead of doing our labor for us. But we don't need to get on that soapbox.
That'll be another time.
Yeah, we can talk about that some other time. They may be the things that you owe the people you love, to try to be healthy, to maintain your connections and all those things. But if video games are a way for you to connect with people that you care about, or to meet new people, or gets you up and moving, or gets your brain moving, then it's sort of like a healthy food. So think of video games as you do for any other reason like junk food. Doritos and Mountain Dew for 4 hours a day sounds unappetizing to almost everyone. 4 hours of video games where you're not even laughing with friends or dancing or singing doesn't sound very appetizing either. So don't just think about the games themselves or video gaming as in general. Think about what specifically you're doing with those games.
Mindful gaming.
Mindful gaming, yes. We've done extra gaming lessons before. If the game is, you dancing with your friends, that's not just gaming. That's your social connection time. That's enriching you. That's rejuvenating you. If the game is sitting there, clicking the auto chess button in whatever gacha game you're playing for a couple hours, hoping that you get the pull right, that's maybe not the best use of your time. This one is really great, related to community. How can I go from lurker to active community member? I see this question a lot. My recommendation is to pick one person. Pick one person in that community and adopt them. You're the lurker, you want to start getting more involved. Just pick that one person you see that is chatting and regular and just start talking to them. Find someone else that's chatty and start replying to their comments. Because regulars love welcoming new people in good communities, in communities that aren't cliquey or like that. And you don't want to be part of those communities anyway. In good communities, regulars love being the person to welcome and initiate that new person into the group. They like that. It makes them feel good. It's like when you're a teacher and you have that student that you're like, hey, can you help me do this thing? Students love being that person. They love being seen as a person who can be trusted with responsibility and, that the teacher thinks is a good representation. The streamers love that. The regulars love that. So if you're having trouble integrating yourself into a community, you don't need to worry about, oh gosh, how am I going to behave in a way that everyone likes? Just pick one person. Find one person that seems nice and friendly, that talks a lot, and just start talking to that one person. And trust me, they will get you integrated. Because extroverts love adopting introverts.
Yeah.
All right. So related to that, very related is how do I turn shared interests in a fandom, stream community, or game into genuine friendships? Yeah, a lot of people join these kinds of communities, VTuber communities, and so on, hoping to make friends, but it can still feel lonely, even when you're surrounded by people. Well, those are all great things in and of themselves, but a shared interest's real purpose when it comes to developing friendships
Real.
is to help turn those acquaintances and associates who enjoy the same thing into exploring all the other things they have in common. The initial common ground may end or fade. I've been in a lot of communities on the internet that come and go. Fandoms that don't live forever, games that fade in popularity, forums back in my day that were big and eventually closed, because things change. But I've seen from each of those things, there are groups that survive. There are friend groups that survive from those because that main shared interest led them to forge additional bonds of their other interests. Make it so that it's not just something where we get together sometimes about this one shared interest. We're only here together because of this VTuber or because of, we're interested in the same game. People are going to stop playing that game eventually. People are not going to watch MLP as much. Fandoms fade, games fade, trends fade. But if you're starting to forge additional bonds, that keeps you going once that's gone.
Real. That reminds me of like my friend group from like school. Like we were kind of like orchestra kids. Like that was our thing because we were all in orchestra together, and we were together a lot because we were in orchestra together. But over the years, like we went from our group name was like Orc Dorks or something, and then we went to like Besties for the Resties because even though like we haven't been in orchestra together in years, that just was how our friendship started. And now it's like we check in on each other every once in a while, like, oh my gosh, like how are you doing? What's your next steps? Like what are you up to? And yeah, I totally get that. Finding a stronger anchor for sure.
Yep, those are great intros, those fandoms, those communities, but they should just be intros. It shouldn't just be that only thing that you find an interest.
Right. And I feel like the other thing, sorry, on the topic of, how to turn fandom into friendship or community. I think another big thing too is to not have any like expectations, right? Like the first person you're gonna talk to probably may not like want to be like a deep friend or whatever, but that's not a fault on you. That's not a fault on them. Like sometimes people just have different priorities or different needs socially, like, and sometimes that just doesn't match up or that doesn't work out. And if you go into, trying to make new friends with a specific expectation, like, oh, every person I'm going to talk to is going to become my friend, that's just not realistic. And I feel like if you go in with that mindset, you're just setting yourself up for failure, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and every attempt to make friends isn't going to work, but the more attempts you make, the more friends you're going to have.
Yeah.
And that can be a tough reality, but it's like a lot of people are struggling with jobs right now and applications, and I think this applies. It's like if you knew that you would get the job after 100 applications, you would be so happy with each rejection.
No, real.
Because that it's moving you forward. Yeah, sometimes it's not going to build a deeper connection every time, but if you keep doing it, you will find those connections.
Yeah.
So getting back to the topic of physical activity as we get through these questions, one is motivating yourself to work out when you're feeling low or depressed. I think one of the great things to remind yourself is that you don't have to. Maybe that sounds counterintuitive, but you don't have to work out. We talked about having those red days. It can be so useful when you're sitting there and you would usually just be doing your physical activity and you're feeling like you can't. Give yourself permission to not do it. And I mean that. Don't work out. Don't quote unquote exercise. Give yourself permission not to by telling yourself, I'm just going to get up from the desk or wherever and walk around for 5 minutes.
Oh, that's going to be
get
me
on the
tomorrow.
floor and stretch.
That's going to be me tomorrow for sure.
Yeah. It can feel like a lot of the issues with ADHD, one of the hardest barriers of doing something is just deciding to start.
Yep.
More often than not, though, once a person has started doing that 5-minute walk instead of having to do my workout, they're open to doing more. That 5 minutes turns into 10. Boom, you've walked for 10 minutes. You've walked for 10 minutes and you stretched out. People may say that's not much. But 10 minutes of walking and a stretch is infinitely more than you would have done otherwise, which is 0. Sometimes for me, that 5-minute walk becomes a 10-minute walk and I'll do a few push-ups. That's way more than the nothing I would have done, which is play Currency Wars and Star Rail for 15 minutes.
Wait, you're
and
so
be
real.
mad that they'll never give a buff to Natasha. Give yourself permission. You know what? I just don't have the energy today. Tell yourself explicitly, I don't have to. I'm just going to walk around the room a couple times. Give yourself permission to rest.
A little.
5-10 minutes, infinitely more.
Sorry, you made me think of a silly tangent. You were like, walk around your room for a little bit. There's this guy on like TikTok or something, and he does like 5Ks in blank, and he's like 5K in my room, and he runs a whole 5K in his room, or like 5K in my bathtub. Sorry.
Yeah. And yes, for real, chat, buff Natasha. When do I get Nova Natasha? She's a beautiful, caring, merciful, brilliant doctor who gave up her life in the overworld to go serve the poor and the less fortunate. She is great with kids. And secretly, she's the leader of an underground guerrilla terrorist group who uses a grenade launcher. She's the perfect woman.
Yeah, so put some respect on her name.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and the last viewer question that came in, although of course, by all means, if you have questions, continue to post those in the chat, is what are some ways to use communities to stay motivated in your mental health and all life goals? Well, my favorite thing about using your community is just openly talk about them. Knowing that people will ask you about them can be a big motivator. And being able to tell them about your progress is a great thing to look forward to. You want them to be proud of you, and they love being able to show you that they are proud of you. Talk openly about your goals. I don't know if it was a book called The Secret or something, where people were like, you shouldn't tell people about your goals. You should keep them a secret. It should be your like inner motivation. Like, no, openly talk about the things that you want to accomplish. It helps you stay accountable. It helps people to know what you're up to. You're open about your interests and your goals. They'll ask you about them. You know that they're going to ask you about them. So you want to be able to tell them, oh yeah, I did. I walked yesterday. I wrote a couple paragraphs in the book I'm working on. Talk about your goals and be open to asking people questions about theirs. Showing interest in their interests, that's going to really help develop strong friendships within a community.
Yeah. For real.
Yes.
I recently, one of my friends just got a really big like life goal done, and she's been working on it for like years now. And it was just so fun, like making her a little care package. I sent it to her in the mail. I was like, hey, I'm so proud of you. Like, you know, you're finally seeing the fruits of your labor after so long. And I sent her some stickers and like, just to show her how much, you know, how proud I am of her. And like, I don't know, it's just, it's nice, it's exciting, not only having my own goals that I work towards, but also having other people and seeing their goals that they're working towards and be motivated by them, and also show them that I'm interested in them, you know, being better.
Yeah. Showing interest in what other people are doing. Hey, that's, you know, people love that. It's like, you know, when you give someone a random compliment, they keep that with them for so long. People don't realize how saying the tongue is the sharpest, or sharper than any two-edged sword. It's super powerful. Just the smallest compliment, the smallest acknowledgement, validation can really keep people going. But be that person for others.
I do have a couple of questions here from the
Yes,
form
please.
as well. Just a couple that didn't quite make it into the what I had given you. So the first one I have here is, it's kind of a two-parter. Have you had moments when someone confides in you, but you are unsure of how to help, and how do you handle those situations?
Yeah, certainly. I've had situations where I used to run a particular forum, and I've had people come to me with really serious things that were happening in their lives that were like, you know, potentially abuse. And it's, before I was a teacher, you know, when you're a teacher, you're a mandatory reporter. You have to report those things. And before that, you know, I don't know how to handle that. You know, I was younger. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't really have any control over it. I didn't know exactly where they were to, you know, get other people involved. But they've confided that in you. And all you can do is try to talk them through it, but how do you even manage to do that? Sometimes there's just no good way. Sometimes you have to, I think you touched on earlier, you have to accept that you're not really going to have an answer. You're not going to, you've been put in a situation that there really isn't a win situation for you. You can do your best, but it's important to forgive yourself for not knowing what you don't know, and to forgive yourself for not being in a situation where you can do anything. Sometimes when someone confides something really serious to you, they aren't even asking for you to do something about it. They just want someone to know. And it's important to know about that boundary too. Right. That sometimes people are asking for help, and sometimes they're just looking to vent. And I'm the kind of person who's always looking for a solution. I'm like, okay, well, you can do this, that, or the other thing. Well, they weren't asking for that. They weren't asking for you to fix their problem. They may not even be ready to fix the problem.
Yeah.
They just wanted someone to vent about.
Right.
Yeah.
Might be like a bid for connection.
Yeah, they are reaching out, which is great. But what they're looking for isn't necessarily someone to give them the answer, because you probably don't have the answer.
Right. Thank you for that answer. And then also in the chat, if you have any other questions that have come up throughout the presentation, you're more than welcome to put them in the chat here now. The last question here from the form that I have here says, how can I learn to set aside my impatience and learn to trust that I will arrive where I want to arrive in a timely manner? Or should I continue to press on the gas pedal while learning a better balance?
Well, we definitely knew that was coming, because that was something that came up, right? The patience. How do we learn patience? Well, that's one of the hardest lessons to learn. It's why we don't ask for patience, because the only way to learn is sort of the hard way. One of the ways to do that is to give yourself small rewards. It helps tide you over while you're waiting for the bigger sort of reward of patience. But you also need to be continually reminding yourself of why you started and what you're really looking to get out of it. If you're looking for some long-term benefit that's not going to come for a while, but you want it right away, well, you probably had a disconnect between, your goals and your expectations. Those are two different things. What are you expecting to get out of it, and what is your actual goal? Because that's probably not something that can be gotten right away. Which is why you have to be ready. You have to be past the pre-contemplation stage. You have to know that there's a roadmap. That's why it's important to do that planning, that proper planning, to know that if I want to run this 10K and I currently don't run at all, there's steps that I need to take in the way, literal steps, but also metaphorical steps.
Speaking of 10K, I'm about to hit one right now. Well, not right now, but in like 0.2 miles.
And there's a lot of steps between there and there.
Oh, let me tell you, there certainly was.
Yeah, that patience to get to that point, you have to have accepted that in the first place. That this is going to take time. I want to learn piano. It's going to take time. I'm not going to be able to play songs right away.
Real.
That can be very hard, but you also have to look at other people and be like, are other people doing it that much faster than me? Did someone else who wasn't a runner at all go from 0 to a 10K faster than I'm doing? Maybe some people did, but most people are probably like you out there physically or metaphorically. Most people are like yourself. They're going to take the same amount of time. You're not behind. It's not taking you longer. Most people probably are like yourself, that if a person starts from nothing and tries to learn Spanish or tries to learn piano or wants to become a runner, they're going to take that same amount of time. They had to have that patience too, and they were able to, and you can as well. Build those little pieces of self-efficacy that build up to self-mastery. Tide yourself over with small rewards, but understand that the big reward that you're looking for of meeting that goal, it's not ever going to come if you don't have that patience.
Wow. Truth nuke.
Yes, by all means, if you have other questions, let me know.
Yes.
But for the time being that we had, for the questions that we've had so far, and for taking part in this lesson, I want to say you all did a great job. Thanks so much for all of your thoughtful comments, your feedback. If you have others, please let me know. I'm always open to improving what I do, anything that I can improve on my presentation, on my my manner, however it is, let me know. And here's your certificate of completion.
Wow.
Congratulations on completing my Move Your Mind lesson, this 6/7/2026.
6/7. Oh my God, wait, it's 6/7 today. That's wait, that's
It is
crazy.
6/7.
Wow.
If you want me to put your name on this and send you a PNG, I will. I always put
Oh my
these in my
gosh, yes.
Discord for the viewers. So just let me know the name and I will get that to you. You can join my Discord. I am streaming later today our Embracing Cringe lesson, Canceling Cringe, Dance Like Everyone Is Watching, on my Twitch channel. Also on YouTube, whichever is more convenient for you. I know some people prefer one way or the other. Either way, they're both Mr_Aegis. It is 6/7, so we'll be conveniently on 6/7 talking about cringe.
Yeah, 6/7. Be cringe. Woohoo.
Yes. Go Badger, go. I will. And there is Ori. I'm flinging her towards you. Woe, plague be upon ye. And afterwards, we'll be playing Persona 5.
Ooh.
I think we just destroyed the evil crime boss guy, and it's time,
Ooh.
people said, to do a different kind of palace. I don't know. I don't know. I just had the unfortunate situation of finding my teacher in a maid outfit, and the class said that would happen, and oh my God.
Oh, yeah. When you were talking about it earlier, I was like, oh, yep, he's gotten at that point. I really want to get back into
I hate everyone in that
Persona.
school so much.
I know. Oh, I'm like, where are all the trusted adults?
Yeah, I need an adult that isn't one of these adults.
Oh my gosh. Oh goodness. And you should definitely check out, if you have it in the pinned messages, you can find his YouTube link and his Twitch link. Definitely tune in for his other lessons, or maybe go check out a VOD.
Yeah, we have a playlist with all of our previous lessons that we've given. So if you want to learn about gambling and gotcha, if you want to learn about cannabis and vaping, big topics right now. Summer safety is a lesson I'll be giving soon, because if you're getting physical activity outside, you want to do so safely, and there are ways to do that. So a lot of physical and mental health and well-being topics, and sometimes just fun things. Like I gave a lesson on ferrets. We learned about ferrets and how they were domesticated, and what their mannerisms and stuff are. Or for Valentine's Day, for example, we did the myth of the love languages. Talked about how that's a myth and how, more valid ways of improving your relationships and such. But I will turn it back over to Rita. I really appreciate all of your time and attention. You paid a lot of great attention, class. You were not disruptive. I didn't get hit with any spitballs or dodgeballs, but thankfully we were not in my class, where I, for some reason, keep those in a jar in the back, and people just use them on me.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah. Maybe it's my own fault for using those so often in the class, and they give me their gold stars in exchange for hitting me with chairs.
Oh my gosh. And thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for being here. I already mentioned this before, but I really appreciate what you do here. Not just on here today, but on your channel as well, with your edutainment, but also just your regular entertainment as well. I've tuned in for a couple of yours, specifically your Honkai Star Rail streams, as a Honkai Star Rail fan myself. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope you all have learned something as well. We are going to take a quick little break. I'm sure, you might want to take a quick little brain break. I know I want to take a physical break. I just walked a 10K. Yeah. Woohoo!
Congratulations.
Yeah, I took some breaks in between and all that jazz, but what matters is I got it done. So I'm going to take a 15, sit down, drink some more water, maybe eat some more snacks, and I will see you all then. Alrighty,
right.
Thank you all
Bye,
very
everybody.
much. Bye! Alrighty, let's get this party started. I need to turn my walking pad back on. Yoink! I can't do it standing up. I have to bend down and grab it. Boop. You can hear the beep. All right. How are we doing today? How are we doing? Did anyone else take a food break? I had more snacks. Oh, wait. My water! Oh, I absolutely cannot do this without my water. I gotta go grab it. I left it in the kitchen. ERB, I know. Thought I was gonna be back, but not quite yet. Give me like 30 seconds. And we'll head back to the quest board in just a second. I just need to get started here with a walking again. I have 4 miles left, just under 4 miles. Can you believe it? I think maybe that'll be like an hour or so. So, oh my gosh, I think we'll be able to finish up all of our quest board chatting and things like that for today. And then I gotta jump into some homework. So, wow, very well-timed day here today. Gosh. You're cooking during class and now you're eating. Oh my gosh, I had rigatoni bolognese. And I have a funny question for you all. As I start my treadmill back up again. How old were you? Okay? How old were you when you realized the words like fettuccine or rigatoni describe the noodles in the dish? And the reason why I asked that is because when I was a kid, like whenever we'd go to restaurants and I sort of graduated from like my usual and I wanted to like try more foods, right? My go-to pasta dish was like a chicken fettuccine alfredo. But the first time I'd ever encountered it on a menu, I don't know why I had this in my head. I just referred to it as chicken alfredo. Right, and like now I know like Alfredo is the sauce, and then you have to choose like a pasta type you want. But I like having my pasta with chicken, so you know I'd be like, oh, can I get the chicken Alfredo? And then my mom would order something from me or something. But then like, you know, on a menu it'd be like fettuccine Alfredo, and I'm like, wait, they don't have like chicken Alfredo? And someone was like, you can add the chicken, and I was like, but I don't know what fettuccine is. I don't want fettuccine. And they're like, you've had fettuccine before. And I was like, no, I haven't. What are you They're like, no, you've had fettuccine before. It felt like that one audio that was like, you have Uno. You have Uno. It comes pre-installed on your Xbox. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, fettuccine Alfredo. Because you can get a different noodle if you want. It doesn't have to necessarily be fettuccine, but I would always have chicken fettuccine Alfredo. But I didn't realize that you had to they had special names for the kinds of noodles. And so I was having a crisis, like, fettuccine, what? When have I had this? Yeah. You're telling me a shrimp fettuccine, this Alfredo? Yeah, so I was just thinking about that while I was eating my rigatoni bolognese. It's like a beef, like meat sauce. And the rigatoni is like, it's like a cylinder. It's a pasta noodle, I guess. But yeah, my favorite pasta is chicken fettuccine Alfredo for sure. All right. So, let's get back to our quest board. First of all, I want to ask you all again here, what did you all think of the presentation? I was there for the entirety of the presentation. You might have heard me
making a couple of tangents and laughing and things like that. Obviously I was paying attention, so I didn't want to like talk too much, but I was also not talking too much because I had bumped up the speed on my walking pad. So it was harder to like talk and walk at the same time. But now I'm back down to a little bit of a slower speed here, and I just took a 15, so feeling pretty good. Because it's like, there's a good way that people like measure pace sometimes is how much you can talk. And so like sometimes I'll search up a workout routine and it's like, oh, is able to hold a consistent conversation. And then maybe another pace is like, can say a few words, right? Without breathing super heavily. And there's another one that's like, can't say anything without like super labored breathing or what have you, so. But yeah, this is like, now I'm at the pace where if I was like walking with like a friend, if we were going like on a hike or something, I could talk with them consistently. So now we're here. You loved it? It was super insightful. It was great. You like listening to these while cleaning? Yeah! For real. It was wonderful. We're looking to adopt many of the tips he suggested. Oh, same! For real. And there's so many awesome VTubers also doing edutainment as well. So, huge shout out to all the edutainment VTubers out there for all the great work that they're doing. It's really my honor to be able to feature, educators on my channel where I can. I'd love to do more of that. So, if there's any kind of learning we want to do, I'd love to help find some folks who can do the teaching really well. Because again, I'm just a girl on the internet. I do have, my own experiences that I like to share and help advocate for mental health experiences. But again, I'm not a licensed professional. I'm just a girl here to share her thoughts and, give some kind words and such. Love it. Mr. Aegis is such a great professor, and I love his streams and classes. Yeah, for sure! Again, please be sure to check out his YouTube or Twitch if you are interested in checking out more lessons. Super awesome stuff. I also don't think I thanked the recent donors as well, so thank you for the anonymous donation for $35. And Loresno, thank you for the $10 donations. And Alex Chan, I don't know if I thanked you for your $25 donation. You're back now. Hope I'm enjoying the walk. I am. We're just about to jump back into our chatting over at the quest board. And, oh my gosh, we're in the second half. I can't believe I've walked to 10K now. I've always wanted to do a 10K, but it seemed so tough because I've done 5Ks before. And, oh my gosh, by the end of it, I'm like dying. I did a sub 30 time once, and I genuinely was like, I hit the finish line and I thought I was gonna die. It was so crazy. I was like, I need to breathe. And then I was like, it's like I was a phoenix, being risen from the ashes, if you will. So 10K has always felt so like intimidating to me, but I was able to walk a 10K, so technically I just did one. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. But yeah, let's go ahead and switch on over here to the quest board and get back into the swing of things. Yeah. Alrighty. Work stress. Yeah. I think we already did that one. So for those who are just jumping in here today, we're at the quest board because we had some archangels out there, some adventurers and travelers submit some of the monsters that they've encountered on their journey. Just so we can share some kind words, show that you are not alone in the monsters that you have to fight. And also, after we talk about these various monsters, we've also asked these same travelers to share some of their tips and tricks for fighting their monsters that they encounter on their journey. So, yeah, let's continue our little chat here, our community discussion, community sharing time. If you will, oh, this was the first one. And we did this one. This is the one that we haven't done yet, if I believe. Please correct me if I am wrong. Let me make sure that I have this correct here. Okay, this one. And for those who weren't here earlier, I like to start off with highlighting stuff about the adventure. I asked each adventurer, each traveler to share a little bit about themselves and share some of their strengths as well, just to highlight that as well. Because while we do have all of our struggles and the monsters that we fight, we're also strong in our own way. And we all have the strength to overcome these monsters. Yeah, so let's see here. This adventurer says, try to pick a core strength or tenet. I'd say I'm pretty darn persistent. Oh yeah. It doesn't matter how many genres, how many difficult fights, or just plain ridiculous the adventures are. I usually persist enough to overcome them eventually. Real. I also asked for things that you're grateful for. So this adventurer says, things that I'm grateful for, I'm just happy I keep hitting jackpot when I find people who tend to have a good heart and make me smile. I might not be able to stay around for long, but it gives me a bit of hope nonetheless. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story that we're about to get into today. And for being here and hanging out with us and, you know, sharing your time with the community. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Rolling down here, what monsters are you currently fighting? This traveler says, maybe a lot of loneliness. I do wonder if I'm the insane one sometimes, not ever posting about my troubles on social, never making a big deal about it, and constantly running through high-stress scenarios without thinking too much on it. I do envy people who have a warm community, and yet I can't find it in me to permanently join, since I consider myself a lot less of a good person than most. I also struggle to feel human to a degree, since I can't cry or haven't been able to for a while. On one hand, it'd be a nice release, but on the other hand, it feels like I have to stay steadfast and strong. Recently, I found out my bizarre adventures give hope despite my crazy struggles, and, well, I don't want to betray that trust by being too vulnerable. Seeing people being able to cry so easily makes me envious and feel oddly less human. Well, first of all, thank you for sharing. I very much appreciate that. And I think this is a feeling that a lot of people can definitely resonate with. Feeling like because I do or don't express emotions in a certain way, like maybe I'm a bad person or maybe like I'm not humaning right, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people, we as people have such a wide range of how we express emotions, whether we do or we don't. But I don't think that necessarily means that we're bad at being human or that we're a good or a bad person. I for one, am a crybaby, yes. But I have plenty of people, plenty of friends who are just naturally not emotive. Obviously, there is a different issue if you feel like, oh, I can't because, you know, I have expectations on me, you know, to not to cry. Like maybe there's societal expectations. Like, oh, you know, I have an expectation for me, like as a man, to not cry or something like that because you were raised a certain way or what have you. I feel like that's a different issue, right? And then at that point, maybe work through some of these barriers that are keeping you from expressing in a way that feels genuine to you. But I think it's important to realize that genuine expression of emotions is different for everyone, right? Like for me, I'm a crybaby and I'll cry even if it's like happy or even if I'm angry, I'll cry maybe. But for some people, like, this is actually a conversation that I've had with my little sister. Because she's the very opposite of me in that regard. And something that I had to get used to growing up, and sometimes even now, where I'll express, and this is something, you know, it's a two-way street, right? Me understanding that, you know, them not being as excitable as I am, or like, you know, as like expressive as I am, doesn't mean that they're not happy or that they're not excited with me. But also it's been fun seeing, I've seen my siblings do this where like they'll respond to me in their very flat affect because that's just how they are, right? But then they'll go, oh wait, yay! And like they'll make an effort, you know, to try to show, you know, their emotions in a way that is receptive to me, even though like I understand that they have their own way of expressing things. It's sweet that sometimes they'll be like, you know what, this is a special moment for you. Like, let me try to, you know, express in a way that is more receptive to you or more in tune with you. I don't know, it's just a very like back and forth. Like we're all so different. So I don't think there's one right or wrong way to express. Mercurian says, I feel this. See, yeah, I think a lot of people can definitely relate. So you're not any, less human in that regard. And I hope you can find comfort in that. That there's definitely a lot of other humans who feel the same way. But yeah, the other point though about feeling like you can't find it in yourself to permanently join a community as of a feeling like, oh, maybe I'm not good enough or good enough of a person. I feel like, 'cause I feel like I've had a similar feeling where I feel like I'm not being as kind as I wish I could be or I want to be. And it's a perception that I feel like keeps me from doing things or kept me from doing things that I wanted to do. But then you also have to realize that like kindness isn't something that only you experience, if that makes sense. Like in order for you to do something and it be perceived by somebody else as being kind or not kind, you kind of have to interact with someone or have that experience with someone. And if you stop yourself in your head before that even gets the chance to happen, then it doesn't happen, if that makes sense. I'm rambling. I'm a rambler. This is just me talking about from my own experience. Because yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm worried. What if I come across as like, too much, or, maybe they think I'm overbearing, or, what if it doesn't work out? But I feel like if I don't put myself out there, or if I don't give myself a chance to, then I never get to see whether or not it will work out or not. Does that make sense? I don't know. Mercurian says, something I've come to learn is this. Community is not work. You shouldn't have any feelings of obligation or requirements to be worthy of being part of a community. Real! That's so real. Yeah. Just be you. You know what I mean? Well, I think a lot of people, especially nowadays, can resonate with that feeling of loneliness. But there's definitely lots of different ways to try to find community. Because I think it's pretty dramatic to like, maybe you haven't gotten used to like talking to new people in a while. I think it'd be kind of dramatic to all of a sudden like, I'm gonna go to all of the hangouts this weekend everywhere in my city. There's definitely ways to get involved with the community bit by bit, slowly, in a way that's safe and healthy for you, right? Oh, I need to update my progress. Me doing math in my head. Okay, I'm gonna update this. I'm gonna go back to my half miles so I don't confuse myself. Okay, what I've been doing is I've been adding up all of my walks because I stop the walk and I turn off my walking pad in between, when I'm doing my breaks. So, yeah. Fatima says, it does make sense. We must always try something. I myself struggle with this, but the idea is to try something safe and go from there, for sure. But I totally get that feeling of like fear, like the fear of change and being scared to try something new. The fear of being hurt or being burned, right? And I think that keeps a lot of us from doing things or trying things. But if you keep letting that fear control you and your life, then you are stuck and you're sort of stuck in this loop and nothing ever really changes. I think this is a sort of theme now that we've had in this conversation of like, it may be the easiest thing to do to keep things the way that they are, but nothing changes and you're stuck in sort of negative feelings or bad behaviors. And the harder thing to do is to change, and it's difficult and it's scary. Absolutely, 100%, no doubt about that. But you're able to change and you're able to become a better person or reach a better state of mind or better circumstance, if you will. Envy says, I can count with 2 hands the number of people in VTuber Discords who feel they're not committed to their Oshi enough. And those same VTubers ask them to take care of themselves first. Real! Real! Take care of yourself. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I think that I would hope that a good VTuber would hope that their community is happy and healthy and safe. So I'm sure your Oshi would just want you to do what is best for you, you know? And if that means maybe not being able to tune in for streams as often, you know, maybe that's taking care of yourself, looking at your schedule more, and maybe tuning in for special events and saving up for special events. Like, you know, you don't need to be dropping like $1 million all the time. You know what I mean? Like, find a way to safely and healthily do oshikatsu. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I have my budgets. You know what I mean? I have my time budgets. I have my money budgets. But I still want to do what makes me happy, right? I still want to do things like oshikatsu, or I still want to, like, you know, enjoy games and communities and things like that. So, but you gotta find a way that it's healthy for you, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Not to mention all the societal push on how not to act and breeding the fear of what if I do something wrong. Real, especially with how, like, visible everything is. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people grow up living their lives online. There's a saying that I heard where it's like, the journal factory explode, where, like, a lot of the times we're doing our trial by fire online, right? Because we all have to learn how to be people, right? How to be humans in this world. And unfortunately, a lot of the times, people are having to do that very publicly. But the thing is, you don't have to, right? You don't have to put it online. You don't have to, you know, put everything out there. You know what I mean? Gosh. But then on the flip side of it, you know, I feel like for some reason we expect perfection from people. I don't think it's wrong to have expectations for people to behave, like, you know, in nice way, like, you know, to be good people as best as they can. But to expect everyone to act perfectly all the time and to know how to do things perfectly is counterproductive. That's that cynicism we were talking about. Real. In other words, can't hold on or life won't change. Oh my gosh, I need to play Persona again. When I come back from my hiatus, we're playing Persona again, okay? Oh my gosh! Wait, I don't want to say anything. I during my break just now, I took some food break and walking break. I got a crazy game announcement. Shiny sent it to me. If you know, you know. If you don't know, maybe check Twitter or check a game journal or something, cause there's a big game announcement. I'm sure there's been a lot, but specifically for a game that we were just talking about. So I guess we gotta get back into into Persona. Yeah, speaking of Persona, goodness gracious. But anyways, I was sidetracked. Thank you to this adventurer for sharing this this piece of their journey. I hope that you were able to find solace and comfort in knowing that there are definitely other travelers who are fighting this specific monster and that you're not alone. Yeah, you're not alone. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so power of friendship pilled. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, because I've some of my roughest times, you guys. It's just like a JRPG. My life is a JRPG. Your life could be a JRPG too. You know what I mean? It's that mindset. Just pretend you're I don't know. I'm totally not kidding when I tell you where I'm I want to be like Zelda. I'm gonna pretend that I'm some sort of awesome scholar princess who is studying but also is super strong. You know, maybe I'll learn how to ride a horse or something, I don't know. But it's just fun. It's just whimsical and it motivates me to be better and to, yeah, try new things. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. tangent is tangenting. I'm gonna go ahead and click the next one because I'm gonna go on a continued tangent if I don't. As long as I don't have to be the animal mascot character. No, you're gonna be the main character. Oh, that's a whole other problem though. Main characterism. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness, and QB! Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was in the middle of my rambling. I almost didn't see that. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I need to learn archery, horse riding, and magic. Real, I'm already studying. I'm already like scholarly. So that's one thing down. Wait, would you guys watch I'm learning how to do archery vlog? I don't know where I would go to do that, but maybe I'll like have a vacation or something and I'll go somewhere specifically to learn how to, I don't know, archery and horse riding. Oh my gosh, the video will be like becoming Princess Zelda. Anyway, I told myself I wasn't gonna get distracted, so let's keep going. Okay, oh, here, another one I think I might have ghost wrote. Oh my gosh. Okay. Tinka says, I'm the background guy who secretly sets things up. I know I said I wasn't gonna get too distracted anymore, but honestly, that's so much fun. So for those who don't know, I do a weekly anime night with two of my best friends, Beef and Sleepy. Because even though they're far away, we, make time for each other, and I love these girls so much. They're part of my support system. And we watch a lot of anime, of course, and for every anime, we always try to find the 3 background characters that are always up to some shenanigans, and we always go, oh my gosh, that's us! Oh my gosh, we're those 3! And so we always think of ourselves as the 3 background characters who are always reacting to like the main character do all their shenanigans. That's me. That's me and my friends. Oh my gosh. Yeah, formerly Buddy Daddy Mondays, because it did start with the anime Buddy Daddies. Right now, it's Demons of the Shadow Realm, Go For It Nakamura, and I'm currently watching Free Ren, because they haven't seen Free Ren yet, so... Yay! That rewatching Free Ren has really made me like... Oh my gosh, we cried together the first 2 episodes. We were crying on the Discord call for real. Okay, let me see this next one. Let's see here. Da-da-dum. Da-da-dum. This traveler is... Oh, there were 2 work-related ones, so I have to find the one that this one was specifically associated with. La la la. La la la. Maybe I should have just put everything in order. La la la. Okay. This one says... first of all, we're gonna read more about this adventurer. This adventurer says that they believe... Or I believe I have strong convictions and work ethic, and I try to make myself a reliable collaborator and emotionally available friend. That's a good thing to work for, or try to be, I try to put in a lot of effort and demonstrate great loyalty to the people and groups that I care about. That's a great trait, so thank you for sharing that. And Eaton Man, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Let's take a look, see here at what monster you're currently battling. Maybe some other travelers are also battling this one too. I know I was for a little bit. I'm fighting a number of monsters right now. Okay, real. True, real, heard, and felt. But I'll highlight my tendency to overwork without ample break, or even the sense that I should let myself take a break, lest I lose sight of the prize, career success. Of course, that puts me on a collision course with a burnout monster. I've met that one before. But it also has led me to the impatience monster. Impatience with how seemingly long it takes in my line of work to climb the ranks. At least without compromising on my values. Okay, real. It's created some bitterness to watch others race ahead, and that's not the kind of person I want to be. Real. I want to earnestly say I'm so happy for them, and not that should be me. You're so real for that. No, I get that. Just speaking like off the top of my head. I feel like, yeah, it's there's a weird sense of like you have your values, right? Of course. And then you see people do all this stuff, like step on people's shoulders or what have you, or stomp on people in order to climb or what have you, and reach all these, markers of quote unquote success. And you're like, what the? Why are you being rewarded for all this terrible stuff? But then I think about like, what does success really mean for me? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of us were conditioned to think that like, oh, success is like making a lot of money. And sure, maybe that's part of it for you. That's totally okay. But like, you really have to think about like, why, Because I don't think it's bad to like want to have more money, because maybe you want to, take care of your health, or maybe you want to start a family, or maybe like you want to help your family or what have you. But I feel like a lot of people don't think about that, like why they want the money. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people chase money just to chase it. You know what I mean? Making money for money's sake. But where's the gratification in that? Where's your sense of direction? And I think that's where a lot of people get lost, and they get so lost in the sauce that they're so focused on that one thing, which again doesn't really have a basis, that they end up, stomping on people or, compromising their values or what have you. And that's not the kind of person you want to be. Because I definitely feel like that. I've definitely felt that feeling of like, I guess bitterness is the best way to put it, huh? But then I think about like, well, I know what I truly want in terms of like goals, I guess. And part of that goal for me is attaining something without doing this. You know what I mean? I want to attain like financial freedom or financial stability without compromising my values. You know what I mean? And I think it's totally valid to be upset by that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And I think a lot of people channel that anger into trying to be a better force in the world, a force in the world that is, the kind of offsets that negativity from people that, that they see, doing these bad things. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to have that bitterness or anger, being able to channel that into like, maybe I can be someone who's not like that, and maybe I can be someone who uplifts other people, and I can help create the world that I want to see. You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely that practice of like, what is success for me? And I'm telling you, it's hard. It's really hard, because especially if you've like ever since, maybe you were a kid, you were instilled with these ideas of like, you have to have this certain job or have this, amount of money or what have you. But that's what the whole like unlearning process is for, right? It's gonna take a while to unlearn some of the behaviors or some of the mindsets that you've had since you were a kid, or as you were growing up. Weirdly enough, a bit of that bitterness can help us move forward. True, and I think like I said, a lot of people use that feeling of anger or bitterness to help create a better world or community. You know what I mean? I think we were talking about cynicism, and I think a lot of people, understandably see all the bad in the world that happens and feel cynical, like, oh gosh, like, there's just so many bad people in the world, like there's, is this the way that we're going or what have you. But it's important to not get stuck in that, maybe channel that anger into, I'm going to become a force that opposes this, that I dislike, Yeah. I don't know. You feel so called out right now by what? by what regard? In what regard? Me in English. Goodness. I've always believed that envy isn't inherently bad. Oh, fair! Yeah. It pushes you to get better. Every time I see someone doing something awesome, I think, dang, I want to do that. So I want to get better. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, totally. But like with everything, right? Balance is good. You don't want to just do something just because like oh, I want to live their life. I want to have that life. I think there's definitely balance in things. I mean, I said earlier, like, oh, I want to be like Zelda, you know? I want to be more like her. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, like, I will be her. In every fiber of my body, I will become her. That's totally different. Balance is important. Oh, I need to update my mileage. Hold on, let me do some math in my head. Because I had 6.2 before. So in order to get to 7... Okay, so we are now at 7 miles! Woohoo! And then I'll be at 6.5. Okay, it's 0.2 more miles. And then I'll be at 7.5. Wow, this is crazy. Wow. Yeah, but called out by this whole topic. Hopefully, like, in a good way, in that, like, I mean, to be honest, I feel like I've related to every single one of these so far, so, you know, it's, I don't know, it's also, at least for me as well, it's helpful to know that, like, wow, I'm not the only one who has to fight all these monsters too, you know? It's like a global raid. You know how they do the global raids in, like, video games where it's, like, everyone has, like, a specific... you have to, like, everyone... you know what I mean? Like a raid! Like in, like, Pokemon where, like, a big group attacks, like, the gym or whatever, and we all have to, like, work on it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm being silly. Definitely learned something, definitely bitter from people racing ahead of me in life, but I can learn to channel that bitterness feeling in turn. Yeah, like, stop and understand, like, why do I feel that way? What is that feeling coming from? You know, what can I do about it? Is this a healthy way of viewing things? How can I change that mindset if it's not healthy? How can I, like, channel that feeling or that emotion? Because again, like, I think a lot of people feel bad for feeling, quote unquote, like, negative emotions. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I felt anger towards this, or I felt bitterness towards this, or I felt envy towards this. I must be a bad person. I don't think it's necessarily bad to feel an emotion, but, you know, it's what you do with those emotions that I think really start to tell what kind of person you are, you know, what sort of mindset you want to develop, or what actions you take, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Everyone hates this one dude very much. Oh my gosh, the global raid on the overwork, on Burnout Monster. Grr, we can conquer Burnout Monster. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, thank you for sharing this adventurer. Yeah. Just another note from me. I feel you in that, like, oh, I have to be doing things in order to, like, feel like I've succeeded, or I feel like I've earned rest. You know what I mean? And I think that idea of, like, working to earn rest feels so backwards, you know? Now that I think about it, because we were talking about it earlier, where it's like, in order to be the person, the version of you that can do 100%, that version of you relies on the version of you at 0%. Like, you can't live one without the other. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because if I'm constantly at 0%, then I'm not really being who I am, like, all aspects of myself, if that makes sense. Because, yeah, I like doing things, you know? If I don't do them, then, you know, I don't really get to be all these versions of myself that I want to be. Yeah. I do think negative emotions can be very productive. The hard part sometimes is limiting how much negativity you feel. True, and like I mentioned, like, it's a matter of what mindset you form from those emotions and what you do with them. I think we talked about this during, like, a Xenoblade stream or something, where, like, it's not necessarily what emotions you feel, but it's what you do with them. Because you can be, like, the happiest person on the world, but you can do some terrible things to people. You know what I mean? On the flip side, like, you can maybe have sad feelings, or anger, or fear, or what have you. But despite those, you can still choose to believe in others, do good in the world, and be the change that you want to see.
You know what I mean? Oh, speaking of Xenoblade, and not to make this about Xenoblade, but like one of the moments that I really admired in XC3 was when Uni was like so scared out of her mind when they were fighting Mobius D, and she was like so scared and whatnot, but she still got it done. You know what I mean? And I don't know, moments like that in games taught me that, like, you know what? So what if I'm scared? So what if I'm like, you know, I don't know, scared, afraid, worried? So what? Like, I can still get it done. You know what I mean? I'm not any less of a person. I'm not any less of a fighter just because I'm scared. You know, I think I am a fighter. I am a hard worker because I can get things done despite this fear. You know? Rita, how can I make this about Xenoblade? Yep. That's me. That's who I am in a nutshell. Oh my gosh. Anyway, enough about making this about Xenoblade. Let's continue on here. Oh gosh, how are we on? Distance. Okay, let me see. 6.2 plus... Me when math. I think we're good. I think we're okay. I really should have chosen a better... Let me take a second. My memory is so... My brain is so scattered. I keep doing the math, and then I keep forgetting about the math that I did. To get this all good and ready to go. So let me make myself a quick little cheat sheet. So I did 6.2 miles. That's where I stopped on my break. If I wanted to get to 8 miles, so 0.8 would get me to 7. 1.8 is 8 miles. So I have to walk 1.8 miles in this current leg to add to the original 6.2 to get to 8 miles. Anyone want to check me on that? Okay. And then... Because I just hit 1.3 in this leg, which means 7.5. And then I'm continuing to make my cheat sheet, so I don't have to worry about it too much. And then 9 miles is... I have to do this. This is my little cheat sheet. This helps me. It's simple math, but it helps me from having to do it in my head later while I'm still walking. Yep. Let's see, then that would be 2.8 would be 8 miles. And then 3. Yippee! Oh my gosh, it's so crazy how close we are to the end. Wow. I remember talking about it with Manetta, and she was like, 10 miles? Can you really do it? And I was like, oh yeah, like I've done like 5Ks before. You know, what's a 10K? What's 6 miles? You know, what's 4 miles on top of that? And then like yesterday, I was like, oh my gosh, am I gonna actually be able to do it? I don't know. I haven't like consistently, like I've been consistently exercising in the past month, but the previous week, not as much. So I was like, I don't know. Can I do it? But I think taking breaks and stuff has been definitely helpful for sure. Let's see here. Girl who's only plays Xenoblade. This reminds me of Xenoblade. For real. Yeah, that's who I am. Let's see. The numbers, what do they mean? One day we'll have a sound library of Rita noises. Oh gosh. I'm pretty sure that already exists. I remember someone was like writing down all of my Rita-isms. I have many, for sure. Okay, next one. Woohoo! Wow, I really feel as much as my legs are like tired, I feel very energized right now. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Button. This one is... let me go over to the form. Alright, so a little bit about this adventurer who submitted this one. Is, so I asked for their strengths or maybe things that they're grateful for. So they started here with some things that they're grateful for. They said, my parents are amazing and I'm grateful for them, even though my mind can come up with so many reasons why I would be a disappointment to them. No!
They have never made me feel that way. Oh, that's a good support system, and have helped me so much through some tough times, given that I had let them. Along with that, I'm also grateful for the hardships that I faced because they have truly made me stronger, real, wiser, and showed me what I truly need to appreciate and value. Respect in tough jobs, understanding for others, and most important, fellowship above all else. All that I've been through has built my character to what it is today. It may not be perfect, but at least it's me! Yeah, real! And yeah, that's, you know, you don't gotta be perfect. Because perfect doesn't exist. Yeah. Yeah. there's no such thing as perfect, so you're all right. It is you, and that's enough. And I think that's something that here I'll scroll down because it kind of goes into the monster that was submitted. Inadequacy. This traveler writes, am I doing enough? Am I doing too much? What could I do different to help myself help others? Why can't I decide what is the best use of my time? Why do I need to suppress my tears even when I'm alone? These questions aren't constant, but are normally the ones that come up. I can't say what I describe what emotion these questions I ask are followed by, but usually it's a pretty empty feeling and a choice paralysis when it comes to finding something to fill the time and distract my mind from those thoughts. Outside of that, I always struggle to express my true appreciation for another, whether it's family or friends. Sometimes this struggle causes the aforementioned questions to start coming up sooner. First of all, thank you for sharing your journey, your monster that you've encountered on your journey. I feel that. I'm a chronic overthinker for sure. And I find that I burn out. I have my ADHD burnout, right? A lot of the times that sort of culminates in a moment where I'm like, I'm sitting like down or laying down in bed or what have you, and I have the whole day and there's a bunch of things I need to do, but I can't decide what I want to do next. And I'm like, oh gosh, well, like I need to do this. Oh, but I also like need to rest. Oh, but also this and that and this and that. And I find myself thinking about what I should do. What's the right thing to do? Should I do A or B or this or whatever? And then hours have passed and I'm like, oh my gosh, look, I just wasted so much time. I couldn't even like do that. And then I just, use up a whole day. And I find that those wandering thoughts, my mind that's moving at 100 miles per hour all the time, asking question after question after question, latching on to like oh, but what if this, or, a negative feeling and then getting derailed, right? And that sort of ends up with me looking back and thinking, wow, my gosh, I just ended up wallowing all day, not doing anything. And that's one thing I've been trying to practice is like being able to stop that chain of like thinking. It's really hard. I'm telling you, it's really hard to be able to catch yourself and be like, wait, do I really need to be asking myself all these questions? Like, what's the point of asking all these questions? Like, is this really helping me? What is the purpose of like, why am I doing this? Because again, it's something that is just so, my body is so used to, right? Is the constantly like this and that and worry about this and worry about that. And it's been something that I've had to like learn how to do. And it's just my personal spin on things. But yeah, I've had to like learn how to stop and be like, let me think about what I can do in the moment. Let me be more mindful and stay in the present so that I'm not like looking back at the day at the end of the day and be like, oh, wow, where did all the time go? I've just been worried all day. But yeah, somebody said this in the chat and like it's kind of like a movie quote. So it's kind of like, haha, movie quote. But it's real though. We are enough. You are enough. I think a lot of the times we feel like we have to be a certain amount of productive or be a certain like a certain friend. You know what I mean? Like this is what I have to look like. This is what what kind of friend I want to be. You know what I mean? I have to come across this way or what have you. And I think constantly pressuring yourself to be a certain way, I don't know, you're constantly like not hitting that goal, if that makes sense. And so like, if you're constantly thinking like, oh, I have to be this, then you never will be enough. You know what I mean? But the reality is that we are, you know, like, and I say this because I definitely feel that way too, where like, oh, okay, well, if I can just get to this point, then I'll be good. You know, if once I finish school and do this, like, I can be done, I can rest, you know what I mean? Like, when this happens, then I'll be happy. But why can't I be happy now, right? Why can't I look at what I have now and think about, you know, why can't I practice gratitude? And so I start trying to practice gratitude. And again, it's not going to be easy when I've been like, you know, when we've been doing a certain way of thinking or having a certain mindset for so long. It's not going to come easy. It definitely takes a lot of work. But yeah, I don't know, learning how to, instead of saying I'll be happy when, or I'll be good enough when, and just thinking like I'm good enough now. You know what I mean? Like where is that coming from? I think to myself, like, why do I feel like I'm not doing enough? Why do I feel like I'm not good enough? And it's often like this expectation, like, oh, I have to be just like, I don't know, like a sibling or like a coworker or something like that. But the thing is, you are not your coworker and you are not like your sibling. You have had totally different life experiences, totally different circumstances, a different body, a different mind, and that's okay. That's fine. It's not a bad thing to have a different, you know, social battery or have a different energy level. It's good enough to just be you. You know what I mean? Like, you are enough. And it's hard sometimes to remember that, but we gotta train ourselves to remember that. Yeah. So I definitely resonate with you there. Sure. So it's like what was said in the presentation, patients need trust, and trust isn't easy. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It's not going to come right away. Yeah, it's something you have to practice doing again. Markurian also says, one of my favorite lines from Ruby is a step each day. I'm able to feel better about my capability if I do at least one thing each day. No matter what it is, if I do it, it's a step. Yeah, and that's enough. What you have to offer is enough. You know what I mean? Like, not every day are you going to be able to get up and, like, do something world-changing. You know what I mean? Some days, like what we learned today, like, you're going to have a red day or a yellow day or a green day. And that's enough. If that's all you have to offer, that is enough. And I think so we're so caught in, like, this idea of, like, we need to give more. But, I don't know. It's just that, it's like that toxic productivity thing where it's like we have to constantly output. No, you don't owe that to the world, right? You don't owe productivity to the world. Yeah, I don't know. Fair enough. And I know it's hard to remember that. So I hope you can continue to practice remembering that, and I hope that, you know, having these friendly reminders every once in a while can help reinforce that. So, yeah, you're enough, okay? Yeah. Envy says, I feel similarly. I feel like I'm at a decent point in my life, but I've been stuck here for so long that I can't feel satisfied until I'm at a better part of my life. I don't think it's necessarily bad to want to improve or grow or what have you, but I think it's important to, when you're, you know, working towards your goals, that you can also have gratitude for the present as well. And I think that's a good balance, right? Because wanting to change is good, you know, like wanting to be better and want to improve, that's a good thing. But if you're so focused on that, like I'll be better then, you know, I'll be happy when I can do that. Once that's done, once I achieve that, then you don't get to appreciate the present, and you don't get to enjoy the present. You don't get to live in the now. Oh my gosh, Xenoblade! Not to make this about Xenoblade. I'm joking. But also not. Don't be like Alpha and be so stuck on the future that you can't appreciate the present for what it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ambition, right? But there's also an importance in practicing gratitude for where you are now and, you know, being mindful of the present as well. Yeah. Let's see here. Misahashi, thank you so much for the donation. Very much appreciated. Oh my gosh, we're just about at, let me look at my sticky note. We're just about at 8 miles. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Well, I have 0.03 and then we'll have 8 miles. La, 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 la. My legs are feeling it. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. But that is the last monster that we have to talk here today. You are enough. Sorry, I just wanted to say that one more time. But, like I mentioned, our travelers here also submitted some of their tips and tricks and tools of the trade, so I thought it'd be nice to highlight those. So hopefully you can walk away with some ideas for things to try when trying to combat the monsters on your adventures. So let's take a look-see here. Look how cute! Look! It's a little archangel with a sword and a shield. So let's see how the archangels fight back against these monsters. Oh, this one was cool. Choose your monster. Let me go back and find this one. Yeah, because you don't have to fight that level 90 dragon or what have you. You can start with like the level 5 slime. That's okay. Let's take a look, see here. I gotta find it. Here it is. Let me drink some water. And also update this to 8 miles! Woohoo! Oh, my leggies are tired. But we're doing it. We're getting it done. They're not in pain, so that's good. But they are tired. If at any point, if you're exercising and something is painful, you gotta stop. A friendly reminder. I think a lot of people might mistake pain for like, oh, no pain, no gain. But if it's like actually physically painful, you should stop. You should not do that anymore. Tired is fine, but pain is not. So anyway, this is what this archangel says. One piece of advice that helped motivate me to start working out was the phrase, choose your hard. It basically means that oftentimes when you're debating on whether to do something difficult, there is another side to not making that choice, which will be equally difficult for you. For example, dedicating time to work out regularly and the pains that come with exercising are hard, but so are things like health problems that can develop down the line with a sedentary lifestyle. Even with something like learning a new language, trying to learn the grammar and vocabulary of a new language is hard, but so is learning to know how to speak a language and being unable to, or going to a country which speaks that language and being unable to communicate. Choose your hard. And know that the archangels are behind you in your journey towards self-improvement. Yes! Real. I get that. No, it's definitely something I struggle with for sure. Like understanding that this difficulty now or this thing that I don't want to do, I gotta do it now, because even though it's not fun or kind of difficult to do now, it'll make a monster down the line way easier. You know, it's like in Breath of the Wild, how like spoilers, I guess, for Breath of the Wild, you can go to the 4, I still did this, of course. You can go to the 4 beasts, the 4 divine beasts. I'm sure it can be kind of a pain to take care of each one of the 4 divine beasts, but once you go to Ganon, that fight is exponentially easier. I mean, sure, I guess you could be a speedrunner. You can go straight to Ganon with just a stick. But that's not the point of the image I'm trying to create here. Sure, it takes some time and effort to, you know, take care of all these smaller monsters and things like that. But once you get to that big monster that you gotta fight, you're ready. You can handle it. Yeah. It's like Pokemon types. Figure out what you're strong against. True. Yeah. You loaf these visuals? I'm glad. Choose your monster. Anyway, thank you to this traveler, to this archangel, for sharing this fun hack. It's like choosing your difficulty setting or something. Yeah. Don't think I won't. I love fighting big bosses early. That's so funny. Maybe that wasn't a good example. Anyway, let's see what this next one is. Journaling and letting yourself feel. In the words of Noah Xenoblade, it's feelings. Let me see if I can find it here. This archangel says, I have 2 tips. So I kind of imagine them as like a bard or like a caster. Oh, not this one, sorry. A different one is a bard. But this specific archangel is like, can cast magic and things like that. Anyway, that's as you can see by the visual. So the first tip was journaling/writing your feelings. We actually talked about this today with our guest speaker. This traveler says, I myself have a tough time talking, quote unquote, about my feelings. But writing has made me figure out a few things easier, and it also helps with the weight I tend to put on my shoulder. Real. Again, naming a difficulty is often the hardest part, right? Towards fixing a problem. But once you can name it, you can change it. And journaling is such an important part of being able to name it. Because, like, again, like, maybe you don't recognize a pattern because you haven't, like, written it down or something like that. And again, like, being able to write it down, especially if you're someone like me who tends to overthink, and you go on an overthinking spiral, writing it down makes the overthinking train slow down. Because you can't write as fast as you can overthink. Hacks. Oh my gosh, I cast feeling! For real. And the second hack, is let yourself feel things. Some feelings really make us quote-unquote weird, be it sadness, awkwardness, or even fear. It's important to not run from those feelings, but try to embrace and understand them. It's not fun or easy, but it helps us understand ourselves better. True. Because I feel like a lot of people, again, look at these feelings and they think they're like, oh, these feelings make me bad. I can't think about them or else I'll be bad. But I feel like if we don't think about them, we can't be better. We can't improve ourselves. And then I feel like that in turn could make you could prevent you from becoming the person you want to be. You know what I mean? So in trying to avoid this version of self you don't want to be, you're inadvertently becoming them. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's tough sometimes, but sometimes you got to learn how to sit with those feelings so you can learn from them, you know? Lastly, this traveler says, there's a quote from the Pixar film called Elementals. Ooh, I actually haven't watched that yet. That I really like. And always remember when I'm annoyed or in a funk. And it goes like this. When I lose my temper, I think it's just me trying to tell myself something that I'm not ready to hear. Real. I feel this quote can help to sometimes remember that we need to feel the emotions. Yep. For real. That rejection of your emotions is how you become Mobius, literally. Don't become Mobius. Don't do it. Just feel. It's feelings. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see for this next one. I'm really feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. I am tired. Not in pain yet, thankfully. I will stop if I'm in pain. But wow, I'm tired. Oh my gosh. Woo. Wow. Definitely not like the most tired I've ever felt. Again, the most tired I've ever felt was like the end of the 5Ks that I've done, where I'm literally like, if I don't lie down or like stop running right now, I'm gonna explode. Anyway, I like this one. Good food and making music. This is the Bardcore one. Let me see if I can find it. Aha! This traveler says, always start with a good meal and drink. Eye morale is important. Oh wait, no, this was somebody else's because 2 of them had food. There was a food and music one. It was fun seeing like everyone's like submissions and seeing how there's so many like overlap between the different things that people say. I almost started singing, do you hear the people sing? Sing the songs of angry men. Here we go. Maybe I mixed some of them up. I don't know. I think maybe I'll just go back to this one. This one here. Maybe if I go like that, go like that, and go like that, I can see them easier. Yep. Perfect. Yep. Oh, yeah, I guess I did mix them up. This one just says, always start with a good meal and drink. High morale is important, and what better way than some nice food and a refreshing drink. I think I might have mixed this one up together with another one. But for real, you know, it's important to eat healthy, of course, but you can't deny yourself a good treat. Maybe you also mean good food, because good food also makes you feel better physically, and that in turn is a big part of your overall holistic health. But I also believe that a fun, nice little treat isn't too bad every once in a while. Your sometimes foods as well. Yeah, a nice food and drink. That's for sure. Why is Les Mis infecting everywhere you go this week? I don't know. For me specifically, though, I feel like my feed has been having a lot of musical theater. I mean, what is it not? But I feel like maybe that's why lately for me. So, but maybe it's just a trend or something. Maybe there's a viral audio or something that's infecting everyone's minds. Who knows? But yeah, making music. And too, I know that wasn't part of this one, but making music is a big part of my mental health as well. For me, it's like journaling. I write music, and it's, you know, most of my original music and fan songs and things like that, I get to express feelings in a way that is like, or difficult topics in a way that's digestible for people. And also for me, because I also have to write these lyrics, and I have to believe in what I write, right? I think about Never Fall, most recently now, because that was probably my biggest like emotional weight, I think, going into a songwriting process. I feel like I put the most emotion into that one. I cried a lot. Both Riku and I cried a lot during that process of writing that song. So there was a lot of catharsis for the both of us in writing that song. So, yeah. Anyway, continuing on. Keeping busy! Woohoo! I put video games and painting as just an example. I don't know if that's exactly what they said. Yeah, because it says here, ironically, because I think this was the traveler who mentioned that they were, you know, overworked in work and what have you. Keeping busy with work has been good for keeping my mental health in check. It provides me a sense of purpose and serves as a productive distraction from non-work related monsters. Real. And again, we had our lesson earlier that talked about the difference between, you know, using games or things like that as a way to take a break and have a creative release versus using it as a distraction. I think there's definitely balance, and being able to find that balance is checking in with how you feel while doing something. Like, are you actually enjoying what you're doing? Are you being mindful about, you know, the process of maybe playing a game or, you know, making art? Or are you kind of just like so focused on, oh, I have to defeat this boss, or I have to finish this painting, I have to produce something afterwards. So it's really about checking in with how you feel and what intentions you have going into whatever activity you keep yourself busy with. So, good stuff, good stuff. Oh my goodness. It's always the last, like, it's always the last stretch that's the hardest in, like, a marathon or what have you. Whew. Goodness gracious. I think, you know what? For the last, like, half mile, I should just sprint. You know what I mean? This only goes up to 4 miles per hour. During the presentation, I was at like 2.7, maybe like 2.5, 2.7, somewhere around that range. Right now I'm at 2 because I'm actively talking to you all, so I need to be able to have a leisurely pace where I can still talk. But maybe like, maybe once we finish up the slides and chatting and stuff, we should do like a final sprint to the finish line. You know what I mean? The fun fact, whenever I do like runs, like fun runs and things like that, I curate that playlist. You know, I time it out. And I always time it to where the last stretch, I run to You Say Run from My Hero Academia. The it's just so good. It's like it's the lock in. It's the lock in that you need, and for everyone that's different. But it's sort of become my tradition that the last song of any run that I do is that song specifically. Even though it's like not my favorite anime or anything, like it's a tradition for me, if you will. It's a ritual. Yeah. We need the hype music for it? Oh gosh. I don't know if I can do that without YouTube getting mad at me. How about in the chat you all just go, Rita, go! I bet I have to do that for like the last 0.5 miles. Do you think you can do that? Can you do that for me? Cheer me on to the finish line for the last half mile? It's only 4 miles. It's gonna be like a jog. I'm not gonna be sprinting. But I will do the max speed on this, for the last half mile. Oh my gosh, we're actually at 8.5 now. So we have 1 mile left. This is so crazy! Wait, oh my gosh. I'm gonna sit down for the final, like, talking, closing ceremony, if you will. Whew, okay. All right, well, we gotta keep going. We still have 1 mile before the sprint. So, oh my gosh, this is so fun. I'm so hyped now. Okay, let's not get too crazy. We're not there yet. This next one is, maybe I got them mixed up. Music and mindfulness. So here we go. See how I'm telling you there's a lot of fun, like, I don't know, connections between these. This is actually the last one, that was submitted for this question specifically. It says here, I put music and mindfulness. This traveler says, sometimes music can get me out of a spiral that my imagination can bring me down. Real, felt, heard, understood. The trick is to choose wisely on what to listen to, though. Real. The wrong music will bring you further down. The right music could unfortunately only be chosen when you recognize where your imagination is taking you. That's real. Like, if I'm sad and I want to get out of that slump, I listen to happy music. Obviously, if it's like I'm sad and I need to access more of that, like, feeling so I can really sit with it and understand it, then I'll listen to sad music, right? Maybe if I'm having trouble accessing that feeling to be able to understand it, then I'll listen to sad music, right? But if that's not the intent of what I need to do, right, then I won't go for that music. Maybe I'll go for something happier. But it just goes to show the power of music, right? And with power, it can either be good or it can either be not helpful, right? They continue saying, my most effective method as of recent was to realize that my imagination only takes me further from the world in front of me. Real! When I recognize that the thoughts in my mind aren't constructive, I feel you. I can tell myself that these thoughts aren't helpful or created by me. Focus on what is here and what is now! Mindfulness! Neither method is foolproof, but sometimes it can calm my mind when I'm being consumed. Real! And again, it's that idea of practicing mindfulness. Being able to catch yourself in that when your mind train is derailing, being able to say, stop. What am I doing? I'm getting derailed. I need to get back on, and I need to head back to the correct station. Rather than continuing down the wrong route. You can stop, and it's not too late to ever stop. Get situated and go back to the right station that you need to be in. Okay. And that's that. So thank you all so much. Not only to our amazing guest speaker today, but to all of you, whether you submitted something in the form to share with everyone or you've been participating in the chat here today, or maybe you've just been lurking, or maybe you're watching the VOD here and you take something away and you bring that into not only your own life, but maybe, you know, share some of that knowledge and some of that positivity and kindness with your loved ones, with your friends, with your community. And yeah, I hope that you can feel empowered to level up your life. Yeah, help out your party members. Help change the world. Because life is like a JRPG adventure, right? So I hope you all enjoyed the presentations today in today's charity event. And as we wrap up here, because now we've reached the end of all of the, the structured material, now we're in chatting and hanging out mode. So thank you all so much. And can you believe it? We hit our goal. So thank you again to all of the donors as well for their generosity in that regard and for helping support NAMI. But remember, there's plenty of other ways to support mental health awareness, not just monetarily. You can advocate, destigmatize, you can vote, mental health. But yeah, it's not just donating. There's plenty of ways to help out. But thank you all so much for your attentiveness. And now we get to chat and hang out and yap. And once we hit that 9.5 miles, You Say Run starts playing in my head. Unfortunately, again, I don't want to get myself in trouble with YouTube's. Should I put it on for myself? Nah, I think that's too much work. I will switch over to the chatting screen, though. Thank you, Rita, for organizing this as well. Oh, of course! It's really my pleasure. It's an honor for me to be able to do this every year. And to have so many people who are not only very respectful, but also very open-minded and willing to share their experiences and their own thoughts and perspectives as well. I feel like I learn just as much as you all do whenever I do these, so it really is an honor and a pleasure for me as well, so truly. My favorite RPG monster? You mean like a specific name or a type? Because, I don't know, it's kind of tough to choose either or. Oh, that's kind of tough. Oh my gosh, I should probably pay attention to where I'm walking. I almost walked off of my walking pad. Ooh, that's tough. I'm thinking on it. Can I tell you the ones that I don't like? I don't like the ones that are like amorphous. Like the ones that are just like a gas cloud or like a bunch of like bugs as a swarm. Something about them being like where it's like miss, invincible. Like, no! Like, I'm always so bad at recognizing when like those words come up. And then I'll be sitting there like, why is nothing working? And then I'm like, wait, hold on. I gotta lock in. And then I was like, wait a minute! This whole time I haven't been registering any hits because they're invincible or they're missable or something. But that's on me. That's on me not being able to pay attention very well. Oh my gosh. But yeah. I suppose on the topic of community, join the Discord. Yeah, if you feel so inclined. If you feel safe doing so. You know, if you're able to, if you have a Discord, and you want to join the Archangels over on the Lucid Multimedia Discord, I'm sure Shiny can grab that link for you. Yeah. The Basilisk in Final Fantasy X has a cool design, even though they can petrify and instant kill it. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's so much power. Oof. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Or no, monsters that like spam their... I say this because I just had this trouble in Trails in the Sky. There's a monster. This is like in turn-based, right? There's a monster that uses like snow breath. And if you don't have like freeze resistance or whatever, they just constantly lock you in a cycle of being frozen and you don't even get to attack it. It's like, oh my gosh, you're camping me, like you're not even letting me, you're just spamming the same thing. There's no fight here. But again, that's on me for not having freeze resistance, I guess. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm not in the Discord myself, and that's a mental health boundary. But you all can hang out if you would like to, you know, talk about this or that. You know, talk about Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, talk about some streams. Yeah. Monsters that heal are so annoying. Real. Me when I'm like, no, only I can heal. You healing? The monster healing? No, that's not fair. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. I don't know what they're feeding mist monsters these days. Oh my gosh, can we like talk as if we live in the world of like a specific RPG? Like, oh my gosh, the mist monsters these days, especially this time of year, goodness, it's always such a problem for my crops. Like, it's always funny when people like comment like that. It's a fun little like role play, I guess. Oh my gosh. Your favorite types of enemies are the ones that mirror the players. I'll never forget in Tears of the Kingdom when Ganon flurry rushes, literally, because I was like, wait a minute, you can do that too? Who gave Ganon a controller, and how come he can flurry rush so much better than me? That's not fair. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. Whew. Monster heals me. Hey, that's legal. Literally. That's so much funnier than you realize. I know. I laugh at my own hubris. Oh my gosh. I love the enemies that are there with joke-like abilities but are actually really hard to fight for no reason. Real. Oh my gosh. Goodness. Oh my gosh. Let's see where we are right now in our progress. Ooh, we're almost coming up to 9 miles. I'm gonna increase the speed here since we finished the main discussion section. I feel the finish line. I feel it. We're so close. But I gotta ramp up. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I've almost been walking for... I feel like I've been on vacation and I've been walking around every day. Does anyone get that feeling? It's like when you're on a trip somewhere and you're walking like you're being a tourist and what have you, and you're walking everywhere and you're like, oh my gosh. I wonder how many steps I've taken. Every step I take. I will probably take another quick, like, sit down for the final, and we're just gonna go for it. Ooh, actually, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna refill my water bottle, because we're running pretty low here. I'm gonna do one last break, and then when I come back, we'll do the last mile. It'll be great. But we're not at 9 miles yet. We're almost there. Ooh, almost there. It's so exciting. But yeah, I should probably fill up my water bottle because I will probably want all the water I have access to. That's how you felt at Universal Studios in Orlando? Literally. Gosh, the last time I did an amusement park, I was probably like 20K something steps. And now I wonder how many steps I have here. We're almost at 9 miles. Oh my gosh, timing is pretty good. Yeah, I think I'll have plenty of time to finish my homework today. Gosh, work out my muscles both in my legs and my arms, and also in my head, my brain muscles. The calm before the storm. Are you guys ready? You guys have to put in the chat, like, lock in. Actually, no, I have my juice here too, so I think what we'll do is we'll hit 9 miles. I'll pause my treadmill. I'll sit here and we'll like hype you guys gotta hype me up. And then I'll do the last mile, okay? Woohoo! Always nice to watch charity events. Thanks for hosting these, of course! And I hope you all found the main structured material to be helpful. I really want to do, especially now that I'll be a full-time streamer, come July. I really want to, for the next Mental Health Awareness Month, hopefully I'll have more time to plan it. I want to do like a edutainment VTuber like symposium and invite a lot of like, you know, edutainment VTubers to, I don't know, have like a weekend where it's like a whole list of different panels that you can attend regarding health in a holistic sense. I think that'd be cool. So, should I just do the last mile? No. I'll do the last half mile. I don't want to go crazy. I think I could definitely run the last half mile at the full speed, which is only 4 miles per hour. I say only. That's still pretty darn fast. Oh, man. I'm tired. I'm tired, but again, not in pain yet, so we're doing good. Oh, man, we're almost at 9 miles here. Woohoo! I will say, though, I probably won't be able to talk the way that I'm talking right now for the last half mile, so you all are gonna have to hype me up in the chat, okay? Man, I kind of want to play hype music in the chat, but I don't think I'll be allowed to. So you all are just gonna have my silly, goofy, chatting BGM for the last bit. Yeah, we're gonna be running like the wind. You say run and I'll run. Oh my gosh, okay. We're almost at 9 miles. And then we'll take a break. We'll walk the... Oh my gosh. Okay, pause. Here we go. Maybe I shouldn't have paused now, but if I'm gonna have a break, I don't want to do it right before I have to run. Okay, paused. We're at 9 miles. Okay. I gotta get hyped. I can do this. Whenever I like see the finish line in a fun run, and I'm like, literally like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I see the finish line, I'm like, wait, I can do this. I can do it. I can do this. You're doing great. You got this. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Ooh, I haven't gotten to run a fun run in a while. So it's kind of nice that we're doing this because like if I'm doing a 5K and I'm doing that last like 0.1, not even, probably a little bit more than that. It's like, oh, I'm so tired. But then like I see the finish line and I'm like, come on, I want to go sub 30. We can do this. And then all of a sudden it's like the anime OST is playing. I'm a main character for a few seconds and I got this. You got this. You're the best. Yeah, come on. Let me do a quick stretch. Come on. Lock in. Okay, remember, we're gonna do a light jog. I'll do 3 miles per hour for the first 0.5. And then we're gonna go for the last half. Gotta hydrate. Okay. Let's go. Woo! Okay, remember, first half mile, we'll do this at 3, and then I'll jump up to 4. Oh my gosh. I've definitely done faster, but not after 9 miles. Okay, it's warming up. Warming up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, 3 is still kind of like a brisk walk, so... Well, we're getting into the jogging territory here. Ooh, I'm power walking now. Yeah, this is power walking now. I'm not walking anymore. I'm power walking. Yeah, I'm the main character for this mile. I'm the main character. I'm about to save the world, but you gotta do this. Your journey is almost done. Oh my gosh. So I was studying yesterday. I was getting some essays done. And like, of course, maybe you probably, a lot of people out there can relate to this. You listen to music to get yourself locked in. And my go-tos are like, I search up Danganronpa trial music or like Danganronpa investigation music. Those are my go-tos. One I listened to recently was POV. You're an ancient Chinese scholar studying for the imperial exam. And I was like, that is such a fun video title. But the other day, I was listening to a study playlist and it was Project Hail Mary soundtrack. And it was like, only you can do this. So, and I was like, you know what? I am Ryland Grace. I am on that ship and I'm gonna save the world with Rocky. And I gotta lock in because the world is counting on me. Crazy. Yeah, it's a good one. For real. The Danganronpa soundtrack has such a good locking in quality. For real. Okay. A sip of my water. Oh my gosh, maybe I shouldn't talk. I don't know. Maybe I'll do the last 0.2 miles at 4. I've been talking. I'm jogging now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, now you'll hear me breathing labored, but I'll probably stop talking if I need to focus on breathing more. There you go. That's the video. Because once we're out of 3 miles, I will have to be quiet. I can only do like certain amount of words once I get to 4. Because at that point, I'm running. You got this, Deku? Yeah, I can do this. You say run. And thank you, Mr. Aegis, for the donation. And of course, for the wonderful presentation earlier. If you missed it, you can always check out the VOD and learn about the importance of physical health and mental health. Yeah. Sorry you're late. Every time you came on, I was on a short break. No worries. We're zooming now. We're almost at 9.5. Whew. I think I can do it. I think I can run the last 0.5. Whew. Because it'll be shorter. See, Mind Over Monsters here. Whew. It's gonna be the same VOD for right now. We did it all in one go. Whew. Final stretch. We can do this. I won't be updating the 0.5 on the screen. I'm just gonna go for it. Whew. Okay, 0.3 more miles till we hit the 0.5 mark. I'm a little worried though. Once I start running, my stride will change, and I'm afraid I'll accidentally walk off of the treadmill. But I'll try to be... I have to be mindful. I have to lock in. Wow, you can tell I'm really going for it now. Yep. 'Cause I'm breathing. But yeah, surely it won't be that long. 'Cause I'll be running. I'm still zooming. Yeah! Once I tell you I'm running, I will stop talking. So, you all will need to go crazy in the chat until I'm done. Okay? You think you can promise me that? Oh my gosh, if I had that for oh my gosh, for my 5Ks. Honestly though, I feel like when I'm doing a 5K, it's that the last stretch gives me so much energy, not because I can see the goal, but also because that's usually where a bunch of people are cheering for everyone, right? And that feeling is just so wow, we can do this. POV, you are being interrogated over your Phantom Thieves activities and must resist the intense questioning. Oh god, I'm so bad at those sections. Goodness gracious. You're built different, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm impressed you've been able to keep this energy, to be honest. When I'm jogging, I'm struggling and gotta focus on breathing. I mean, well, to be fair, to show you all the things that you all can't see on stream, I have been more regularly exercising recently. Especially thanks to my hiatus. Now I can be more consistent with it too. Even though it's only been 1 week since my hiatus. I have 2 more weeks of hiatus left, woohoo! I don't know, it's helped with my scheduling more, but anyway. Yeah, since I've been able to keep up with my exercise lately, thankfully my stamina's up a little bit more than it was maybe 6 months ago. So, yeah, maybe a few months ago I wouldn't have been able to talk as much. Gosh. Whew. Do I ever jog and sing? This is a funny one. Me and my friend, whenever we play Project Eva, sometimes we'll sing the song while we play the game, or sometimes we'll dance and sing while we play the game on an easier mode, of course. Okay, I gotta focus because I'm gonna start my sprint soon. Wait 2 miles more until we start the sprint. Last half mile. Naruto run the final few steps? I don't think I have the space for that. I'm already almost falling off of this treadmill. Whew. I'm the Cyber Angel that gives us the wings to fly. That's gonna be my next study playlist. POV, you're the Cyber Angel that gives us the wings to fly. And it's just a bunch of my music. Whew. Goodness. Is my workout mainly running? Yeah, it is. I try to squeeze in strength training when I can, but it's not as fun to me. So if I'm not actively training for a 5K, then I just do what I find the most fun or is easiest for me to do, which is running. Because, I don't know, it's just easy to do for me. Strength training, it's I have to be wait, what muscle groups do I have to do? What's the plan? So, yeah. Okay, water check. Gosh, one of my best friends, Beef, she does marathons, which is wow. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. But in a cool way. So, yeah. I'm like the medium in my friend group, where Beef is like doing all the marathons and 10Ks and things like that. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, maybe I'll do a 10K someday. Whew. Okay. Okay, 0.1 more miles, and then I'll bump up the speed. I don't know if I'll do 3.5 or 4, but I will literally be quiet, so... Okay. I'm getting ready. Pacing off against the Fatui Harbingers. 3.22. Once I hit, sorry, this is within this segment. I'm adding it to everything else. So in this segment, once I get to 3.3 miles, and I have 0.5 miles left. Whew. Yeah, sorry, their nickname is Beef. I don't want to give away their real name. My friend, I mean. Whew. Wow. Yeah, running is rough. Running is difficult. And sometimes I'm like, man, why do I do this to myself? But then afterwards, I'm like, wow, I feel so strong. Well, maybe not the day, well, maybe not immediately after. Maybe the day after I'm feeling sore. But over time, I'm like, wow, I feel so much stronger. Almost there. In 0.04, I'm gonna start the final stretch. And you all will have to cheer for me. Okay. Oh my gosh. Running is pain, yeah. Well, not like pain, but you know what I mean. I know what you mean. Okay. And just a bit here. Just a bit. And remember, for this last sprint, I'm gonna need you guys to go crazy the chat, okay? Almost there. And go. Let's go. Full send. You got this. Last 0.5. Can you hear the treadmill now? It's Rita time. Yeah. Put one down. I'm getting a heat warning on my treadmill. 1 second. Whew, I gotta slow down. Oopsie. I guess we have been doing this for quite a while, huh? Okay, let me let it cool down. Ooh. Dang. That was a good sprint, though. Oh, man.
Whew. Whew. I'm still gonna go though. We gotta keep going. We're almost there. Oh my gosh, I just looked at how long my treadmill's been on. Yep. That'll do it. Whew. I know I'm too powerful. I'm still going though. I'm still going. I'm not gonna ignore the warning though. I wanna make sure I don't break this thing after I just got it. I'm gonna try a little bit faster now. Hopefully, this treadmill doesn't break on me. Maybe we'll go back up ever so slowly. I am sweaty! Maybe we'll do this like an intervals thing. So this doesn't die on me. Maybe I'll let it go we'll go at 2.5 for a bit longer. And then we'll see if we can get that last 0.1. That last sprint. Come on, hang in there. Okay, we're not gonna stop. Almost there. Finish line is almost there. Thinking about running with Ryuji Real. We're back at 3.0. Come on, treadmill. Please don't overheat. Here. I'll jog at 3 until we get to the last 0.1. Hopefully my treadmill will be okay for the last sprint. Oh gosh. Hang in there. Hang in there, treadmill. It's okay. I'll give it some good maintenance after this. Ha! Someone says imagine to do with the finish line. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Come on, let's go Blue Lions! Do this for the Blue Lions! Woo! Come on. Woo! My leg is itchy. I have to itch it while I'm running. Okay, that's enough. No crazy tricks. Whew. Whew. Race to the finish. Almost. 0.2 more. 0.2 more. I can sprint the last 0.1. I think my treadmill can handle that. Almost there. Whew. Let's go, Blue Lions. Let's go. Whew. As soon as I'm done, though, I'm sitting. Just letting you know that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna sit immediately. That's what I usually end up doing after 5Ks. Whew. Okay, 0.2 miles left. I'm gonna jog this last 0.1, the first 0.1, and then I'll see if I can sprint the last 0.1 again. Without getting a temperature warning on my treadmill. Finish strong. Thank you, Twy, for the dono. For Estelle, bracer training. Okay, quick calm before the storm moment. I can lock in. Ooh. Let us not forget that I have walked 9 miles today. Ooh. Let me not get carried away, even though I want to. I'm gonna do this smart. You got it. You got it. Okay. Gotta lock in. Mindset. You can do it. Ooh. You can do it. 10.04. I'm gonna start the last sprint. Vernon Talk, thank you so much for the donation of $25. 0.03 for the final sprint. I'm gonna be fast enough to keep up with Xiao Real. I'll be fast enough on the final sprint. I'll go the maximum speed. I got this. I just gotta lock in. 0.02. So we start the sprint. Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be glorious. This is gonna be awesome. And then I'm just gonna lay down for a few minutes.
That's my prize. I can do this. 0.01. And then we start the sprint. Get ready to go crazy one more time. One more time today. Okay. Almost there. Okay. And go. Last sprint. And that, Archangels, is 10 miles. Woo! Let's give us a round of applause. Woohoo! That is 10 miles, Archangels. Let me update the progress on this, and then I'm gonna go on the floor. Woo! Goodbye. I'm gonna be at the on the floor now. That's why you can't hear me. And that's why my model's now moving. Let's go! Woo! Let's go! Woo! Okay, well, I should probably walk for a bit. Well, I say that. That's my usual cool-down routine, but I think some floor stretching is okay. Woohoo! Okay, also water check, too. Wow! Woo! I am tired! Woohoo! Wow. Wow. Do you guys mind if I sit on the floor for a bit? That's crazy. Here, I'm gonna put my... Yeah, let me put my little XB3 sprite on the screen to talk with you guys while I recover. 1 second. There you go. Oh, finally, floor stretch time. Move my microphone down here. Yippee! Woohoo! All right, I think we'll just do XB3 model till the end of stream. Wow, I'm sweaty. I gotta take a shower. Here, let me turn off my treadmill first. Oh my gosh, before I get another heat warning from that. Woo, Ooh, my treadmill will not be seeing that kind of work. Wow, I feel pretty good though. All things considered. Wow, I've definitely felt worse after 5Ks. I honestly feel pretty good. Wow. My treadmill is warm. What the hecky? Well, yeah, that's why you pay attention to temperature warnings, folks. That's why I had to slow down there. Also, it's like interval training type stuff. You know what I mean? Wow-wee! Wow! Thank you all so much. But floor time is the best time. I'm doing my stretches now. Woo! Wow, I think I'm gonna take a shower and then I had to immediately go on to homework grind. Isn't that crazy? Now I'm gonna play a little bit of Tomodachi Life. Yeah, treadmill lives to see another day. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on crazy workouts for at least the next week. It's just gonna be yoga and stretching for the rest of the week. Wow, I'm so proud of myself.
you guys. I'm so proud of myself. Oh my gosh. I really did it. Oh my gosh. Just the other day, I was like, can I really do this? Like, maybe I overestimated myself, but I did it. I feel good. I feel great. Tired, but I'm not in any pain, and I feel fantastic. Well, aside from being tired, it's the kind of feeling where, like, once I get over my soreness and my exhaustion, I'm gonna feel like a new woman. Congrats, Rita, thank you! I'm just doing my stretching here. Oh, this is great. Floor time is so good. Wow. It's actually pretty good. I gave myself a specific time for, like, if I'm doing the full 10, I want to expect to be done by this time. But including all of the, like, breaks and stuff, this is pretty much where I wanted to be in terms of time. Woof. Woof. Oh my gosh. 10 out of 10 is coincidentally also the jury score. Yay! Woohoo! Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm sure I'll feel the soreness here in a bit, but whew, like tomorrow? Oh, I'm definitely gonna feel it tomorrow. But for now, I'm just proud of myself. Wow, and thank you all again for supporting me and for supporting the cause and for giving me this fun challenge to do to begin with. I know I was the one who set up the parameters, but we also had lots of folks donating to unlock the 10 miles. Wow. Wow, I'm really proud of myself. Just thinking about, like, where I was a few years ago in terms of, health. Like, I think maybe around the time I first started streaming, I, like, struggled just jogging a mile. And I remember jogging that mile and thinking, like, wow, I want to be able to, I struggled just doing one lap. I struggled jogging just one lap. And I was like, I don't know how long it's gonna take me, but I want to get better. I want to feel stronger. And it's just crazy to think about that. Sometimes we accomplish things and we forget about, where we come from and where we started. And I think back at the version of me who was like, I want to be able to jog 1 mile or 1 lap even, without getting too tired, and now here I am. I know I was walking most of it, but wow! Crazy! Oh my gosh. What type of shoes did I use for jogging, by the way? I have some, like, Nikes. I was gifted these. I think this was from my sister? Yeah. But I'm gonna have to get new ones in a bit here, because, yeah, I think these ones are reaching their limit. They're gonna be broken in or broken out, I guess, pretty soon. But yeah. Whew. The stores are kind of crazy when starting out. Oh yeah, yeah. But you gotta be forgiving. You gotta give yourself room to grow. Whew. All right. Well, now that we've reached the end of the goal here, that is finally the end of our charity stream. So, thank you so much for participating in the donation, the fundraising. But also, thank you so much for participating in a lot of the discussions that we had today. Huge shout out to the folks who filled out the form. Huge shout out to the folks who were chatting and discussing in the chat and sharing their experiences and their kind words in the chat as well. Or maybe you were just lurking and you were listening in, taking in the information, taking in the experiences. And hopefully you all can bring this energy and bring this positivity and knowledge out into the real world and make change not only in your own lives, but also in the lives of your loved ones, with your community, with those around you. I'm still on hiatus. Friendly reminder, I took a hiatus for my own mental health and physical health. I'm currently working and studying and also making content and things like that. So I'm just taking a quick hiatus until I'm able to focus on my studies and content creation. Thanks to you all and all of the amazing experiences I've had these past few years, I've been able to work hard and save up and get to a point where I can have amazing opportunities that allow me the opportunity to be able to do content creation and focus on that and my studies by themselves. So really, truly, I wouldn't have been able to get to this point without you all.
and without your support and your kindness. So thank you so much, wherever you are, whoever you are. I really appreciate you. But yeah, since I'm on hiatus, I will be still doing my membership streams wherever I need to. I'll still be updating my Patreon. And as you know, time allows, maybe I'll do some surprise streams. I really want to pull on the Rinto Saka banner, but I know for Honkai Star Rail. So maybe I'll see if I can find some time next week to do just a nice little stream or get started on the new chapter there. But of course, not trying to pressure myself too much into having a schedule. So just whenever I feel like it. So please feel free to subscribe. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitch, what have you. Subscribe on YouTube, and to see what I'm up to and where I am in life, I guess. And then come July, we'll be back into action with our regular programming as I get to focus on my content and my studies. And hey, Twy! Thank you! I appreciate you. And again, thank you to our guest speaker, Mr. Aejis, who's in chat right now. Be sure to check out his YouTube and his Twitch. Huge shout out to my staff and management over at Lucid Multimedia for supporting me in this endeavor and also in my hiatus as well. And again, huge shout out to the wonderful Shiny Hunter Zach, our channel moderator. And as always, yeah, happy 6/7, happy Pride, all that good stuff. And as always, I'm the idol to give you the wings to fly, Cyber Angel, Kamishiro of Lucid Multimedia, at your service. Bye! Oh, I think I turned on the wrong thing. There must have been an echo there. Like Mr. Aejis said in the Me When I Can't Press Buttons Anymore because I'm so tired, we're gonna go ahead and raid into Mr. Aegis's upcoming lesson tonight. Let me make sure I have this redirect set up properly. Let's take a look-see here. I think I can only raid into it on YouTube. I think on Twitch you can only raid into things that are live. Oh, no, it's happening now. Boom! Perfect. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, huge shout out once again to our fantastic guest speaker. And now you'll get the opportunity to see your professor in action once more. All right, I'm gonna go take a shower. Bye!